Video starts, please everybody be silent.
So we are going to live.
Amrita, deemed to be a university, is emerging as one of the fastest growing institutions of higher learning and research excellence in the country, with campuses at Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Kochi, Bangalore and Mysore. Today, this multidisciplinary research and innovation-driven university offers 200 undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral programs in the disciplines like engineering, nanosciences, business management, biotechnology, medicine, dentistry, Ayurveda, pharmacy, nursing, microbiology, visual media studies, social work, mass communication, arts and sciences. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham has been ranked 9th in the universities category and 16th in the overall category in the 2017 National Institutional Ranking Framework by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Amrita Schools of Engineering at Coimbatore, Bangalore and Amritapuri offer 8 B.Tech and over 30 M.Tech, integrated MSc and MA and PhD programs in the frontier and cutting-edge areas of engineering, science and humanities. All programs follow a choice-based credit system with continuous evaluation as in leading foreign universities and prestigious Indian institutions like IITs and IISc. All schools of engineering at Amrita have excellent infrastructure, well-equipped libraries, learning centers, state-of-the-art teaching and research labs in all departments, and centers of excellence such as e-learning, wireless networks and applications, cybersecurity systems and networks, automotive technologies, educational technologies, computational engineering and networking, robotics, multimodal applications using computer and human interaction, and advanced materials and green technologies. All these centers have sophisticated equipment in their labs, including a wind tunnel, a KMOV-35 helicopter, and MiG-23 fighter aircraft. Her Holiness Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately called Amma, is the Chancellor of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Amrita consistently maintains a 100% placement record for eligible students, with several students placed in international companies. There is a conscious effort to secure placement for students in core engineering companies like Larsen & Toubro, Caterpillar, Robert Bosch, National Instruments, Mahindra, Saint Gobain and Schneider. More than 300 companies participate in the campus placement drives organized by the Directorate of Corporate and Industry Relations. Every Amrita student goes through a comprehensive life skill program with 6 credits, which includes personality development, verbal and communication skills, aptitude and reasoning abilities, and soft skills. Through its Centers of Entrepreneurship and Technology Business Incubator, the university also mentors and encourages job creators among the students. Amrita has tie-ups with over 100 American, European, Japanese and Australian universities, which include Harvard, Oxford, Berkeley, Princeton, Cornell, Purdue, State University of New York, Buffalo, Milan, Rome, Zurich, Chicago, Deakin and Tokyo, for research centers of excellence, collaborative programs, cross-continental projects, internships, joint conferences, and faculty and student exchanges. The intranet site, intranet.amritanet.edu, hosts links to various IT-enabled services like the Amrita University Management System, the Digital Library, a central library book search, and the Campus Management System. Students can connect to the Wi-Fi which is provided in all the hostels and academic blocks. Student life at Amrita is vibrant and colourful with a variety of clubs and avenues. All the students are given orientation and instruction in yoga, meditation and cultural education. In addition to this, all festivals are celebrated with pomp, splendour and devotional fervour. Annual intramural, cultural and literary festivals provide the students an avenue to showcase their talents. Extracurricular and community-focused clubs like Amrita Sanjeevani, Natya Sudha, Ragusudha and Spick McKay organize events throughout the year. Anokha, Vidyut and Ekatva are the national-level student-driven technical fests of Amrita. Anoka has emerged as one of the top engineering tech fests in India, with a footfall of 15,000, 15 lakh rupees worth of prize money, 100 highly competitive contests and cutting-edge workshops. It's the first in India with the United Nations Academic Impact Accreditation. Sports in Amrita provides an excellent opportunity for students to interact with each other, develop true sportsman spirit and team spirit, as well as stay healthy. Various programs organized include the intramural competitions for all students, the annual sports and athletic meet, inter-university and inter-campus tournaments, and summer and winter coaching camps. All Amrita campuses have adequate hostel facilities. Television, indoor games, and night cafeterias are some of the facilities provided in the hostels. All campuses have amenities such as canteens, a bus facility for day scholars, a bank with ATM, an international guest house, medical aid, a general and provisional store, tailoring and cloth shop, reprography centers, travel desk, a saloon, and spas. Amrita moves beyond academics to focus on the upliftment of society, guided by the very embodiment of unconditional love and bountiful compassion, with a vision to build a world of love, harmony, peace, and knowledge.
Welcome back. In this first international conference on systems thinking for women's empowerment, the International Conference on Advancing Women's Empowerment through Systems Model Expansion, awesome. We are in day 2. The conference is hosted by Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham in collaboration with Systems Innovation Mumbai Hub and features academics, policymakers, and practitioners who will share their expertise on systemic, multidisciplinary, holistic approaches for women's empowerment from both theoretical and applied points of view. Greetings to all. My name is Debashish Brahma, and for those of you who don't know me, I am a technology and management graduate and a PhD scholar here at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, trying to find ways if drones could be useful in managing disasters for remote communities in India. Before other things, let us start with a prayer.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Dhyayamo Dhavalavagunthalavati Tejomayim Naishtikim Snigdhapangavilokinim Bhagavatim Mandasmitashrimukhim Vatsalyamritavarshiniim Sumadhuram Sankirtanalapinim Syamangim Madhusiktasuktim Amritanandatmikam
Thank you. Moving right along, let me walk you through the agenda of this session. The session shall witness 3 parallel workshops. One is in the main room and 2 other workshops in parallel breakout rooms. This session will last for the next 1 hour and 27 minutes. So we wrap up before 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time. I request the delegates and moderators to kindly stick to the schedules. I will now introduce you to the workshops and guide you on how to join the breakout rooms of your choice. In the main room here, we have a fireside chat on designing for women with Mansi Gupta, founder of Unconform, and facilitated by Narayan from System Innovation Mumbai Hub and moderated by Tanuja Prasad, our co-organizers from System Innovation. A fireside chat is a personal and interactive discussion involving a moderator and guest, allowing the audience to gain insights into the guest's practical stories and thoughts on various topics. It's a great way to interact, explore, reflect, and drive synergies for action. In room number 1, which is the first breakout room, we have a workshop by Esri India Technologies, whom you're already familiar with, on the geographic information system technologies related to gender and development. Esri is an industry leader in growth and adoption of GIS technology solutions by government, businesses, academia, and NGOs in India. With 49 offices worldwide and employees from 73 countries, Esri is a global company with bases in America, Asia Pacific, Europe, and Middle East. In room number 2, which is the second breakout room, we have a workshop by Helen Sanson on how systems thinking contributes to the marginalization of global majority women. Helen is the director of Forsera CIC, a not-for-profit education and business consultancy offering systems thinking expertise built on a good understanding of the various practices for systems change for social impact, while also appreciating the practical challenges faced when doing so. Her specialities include governance, exclusions, diversity and inclusion, intersectionality and policy, assessment, curriculum and resource development, careers and work-related learning, capacity building and leadership, and fundraising. Now, let me take a minute to introduce you to the breakout rooms. Please refer to the slides here. You can choose to join any of the 2 breakout rooms, one by Esri, the other by Helen, or choose to stay back here in the main room for the fireside chat. To join any of the 2 breakout rooms, you need to click the 4 windows icon in the panel at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You shall see the room of your choice listed there, as presented on the slide here. To the right side of the listed room of your choice, you shall see a drop down which will give you access to the room of your choice. Please note here that as you shift from the main room to the breakout room, Zoom will feature a reboot into the application. Hope you understand that this is part of the process to move you to your chosen room, and a little patience is all that would suffice. While you break out, you shall always have the choice to return to this main room. Your return here will feature a similar reboot. As the breakout session ends, you shall automatically be directed back to the main room. Hope that makes things easier. If there are any queries or confusions on your part, kindly raise your hand here, or on the Zoom chat, please put your query. Our team will reach to you. Post the parallel sessions, we have a scheduled break of 15 minutes before we meet again here at 5:15 Indian Standard Time for the next session. I request all to kindly adhere to the time schedules. We have some really wonderful sessions ahead, hence please excuse me for the timely reminders. Now, may I please request the moderators, the participants, to proceed as per choice. Thank you, and I wish you all the best with this session.
Thank you, Debashish. Thank you, Debashish. We are now in the main room, and this is the fireside chat with Mansi Gupta. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Tanuja Prasad. I'm your moderator today in this main room for the fireside chat. A very quick introduction to myself. I am a complexity science researcher and practitioner. My background is in engineering, information technology, and financial services. I am a co-organizer of this conference through the Systems Innovation Mumbai Hub. So before we begin the chat, a quick note. If you are joining us live on YouTube and you are trying to join one of the other parallel sessions, that is either the GIS workshop with Esri or the workshop by Helen Sanson, please do so via the Zoom link, which you can find in the live chat. So reminder again, this is the main room. If you are trying to join one of the other parallel sessions, please do so via the Zoom link. Okay, before we dive into it, a few administrative details. As your moderator, I will be looking at the time clock, of course, and giving a reminder 10 minutes in advance and 2 minutes in advance. I will also be looking at your questions, which I hope you will send many in the chat and post them to the guest as needed. If we have time towards the end of the session, I will unmute those of you who wish to raise your hands and ask a question. Okay, so let me introduce your host for the session. The host is Maya Narayan, also of the SI Mumbai Hub. Maya Narayan is a co-founder of Hold On Perspectives, an organization which has the vision of developing a systems thinking ecosystem in India. She's also a team member of Systems Innovation Mumbai Hub, a chapter of the Systems Innovation Global Network. She has a career spanning over a decade across both the corporate and development sectors. She is passionate about innovating ways to make systems practice more inclusive by focusing on awareness-based tools and frameworks. In addition to application of the soft systems methodology, elementary education and women's empowerment are issues that she deeply cares about. I will now hand over to Maya, who will introduce our guest, Mansi Gupta. Maya.
Thank you, Tanuja, for that wonderful introduction to this session. Good morning, afternoon, evening to everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the awesome conference. Before I introduce the guest today, I'd like to segue into a backstory from Catherine Marcel's book, Mother of Invention: How Good Ideas Get Ignored in an Economy Built for Men. So this is the infamous story of the wheeled suitcase. Did you know that suitcases that people carried while traveling did not have wheels attached to them until 1972? What is more interesting is that even after they were invented formally in 1972, the American department stores often refused to store these suitcases. Wonder why? Because they were operating under the assumption that real men always carried their bag. They wouldn't roll a bag. And women, anyways, never traveled alone. So there would be no demand for wheeled suitcases. But a few years later, when time passed by and women started to travel for work, the whole scenario changed. And now we have so many brands of wheeled suitcases such that it gave the global luggage industry a storm. So Catherine uses this example in her book and builds a narrative about how it is our ideas about men and women that have been holding us back, especially in case of innovation. Over to the fireside chat again. Why I narrated this story is because the guest for this afternoon also has faced a similar predicament in the past, where she's always felt that, our ideas about gender and the sexes have always held us back in terms of innovating for design. However, the difference is that she chose to overcome that challenge, not just for herself, but also to coach many people along the way as to how to intentionally design for women. So I request all the participants to join me in extending a warm welcome to Mansi Gupta, the founder and design strategist of Unconform Studios. Welcome, Mansi. Great to have you here. Could you please unmute yourself?
There we go. I think
Yeah.
now, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping me with that. Thank you, Maya. Thank you for that wonderful introduction and also that story. It's one that's close to my heart. I love that book. For anyone that's interested in design and innovation for women, that story tells so much about all the things we could have missed out on had we not started to think more about women. Thank you for having me.
Yes. So could you start by telling us where you're joining us from, as in where on the globe, and how you got there?
Yeah. I'm actually joining today from my parental home in Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Yes, I'm visiting my family here for a while, but I'm partially also based in Amsterdam. And my partner and I moved there after living for a long time in the United States. And we chose Amsterdam because of all the lovely things we had heard about it from our friends.
Nice.
And from a design perspective, it is a wonderful city to live in as well.
Okay. So that means you get to catch the election in action maybe after long. Yeah.
I did. Yes. With all of
Okay.
the madness on the streets and yes.
Great. So now I'm going to ask you a question that's one of my personal favorites while introducing a guest. So let's assume you meet someone maybe in a wedding or a party for the first time. So how would you describe to them what is it that you do for a living?
It's funny, Maya, that it's your favorite question. I try to avoid this question at all costs because it feels so complicated to me all the time. But I'll try to answer it right now.
Right.
So what do I do for work? Yeah, all of my work is at the intersection of anything related to women and design. And what that means is that for any project that I'm working on or advising on, or for even any conversation I might be in, I'm the person that's asking, what about women? I'm asking, have we thought about the female perspective, the perspective of women? So at the very core of it, what I do is that I help, designers, decision makers, organizations, or just even folks see the ways in which a product, service, or system is currently or has overlooked women. And the ways in which that it has done that, the ways in which that it has excluded women, and how they might start thinking about it and designing it differently so that it begins to serve women.
Right.
I help organizations ensure that their inputs and outputs, because there is a holistic way to be thinking about women in the ways that they design and also what they create. How can it consider and ensure a women-centric design lens, which is something I think we'll be talking about more as the chat goes on.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's what I do for a living, and I'm sure more details to come as we go further.
Yeah, I'm sure that's interesting, and also kind of puts people, if they're not women, into the spot of thinking, okay, what exactly does she do? Because
definitely.
So
Yeah, definitely. It is one of those things where, and not just even the women's side of things, it's like people will say, well, when I say I design for women, they'll be like, what do you design? And I'm like, oh no, we started this conversation again. My father is a shoemaker. It's so easy for him to describe what he does. He makes shoes. For me, it's harder, but yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, happy to spend time on it today.
Yeah. So I'm sure all of us, at least many of us, have had these moments when we feel that people don't design for women, or people don't consider what we think as women in spaces of critical decision making. But I want to know more from your past, if there has been a particular person, or maybe a couple, or even some incidents that have influenced your thinking, the way you just explained, and how that's also shaped the work you do at Unconform.
Yeah, it's a great question. Well, I grew up here in Kanpur, which is not even a tier 1 city. So I grew up in a very, very male-dominated society and country as well. India is clearly one of those. And what I think I realized is that as I grew up, what I realized is that even as someone who came from privilege, someone like me who had all the opportunities in the world, and growing up in a family that wasn't necessarily exercising those sexist behaviors or beliefs in an intense way, I still have felt that gender gap all my life. And so clearly there was this moment, and I would say, you mentioned person, I think I used to have a lot of arguments with my grandmother about this. So even though she wasn't necessarily someone who was motivating me in the direct way, she was critical in someone who engaged with me and argued with me about it to continue this thread in my life. But more recently, I would say that I began my professional life in design as a behavioral design lead in the social impact space. And I did a lot of work in India over the last decade. And I was fortunate to be assigned to a lot of female-focused projects. So I was working in female financial inclusion. I was working in rural reproductive health habits. And I kind of started to see that, no matter what project I went to, there were these underlying needs that just continued to go unaddressed. And I think if we look at the broader network of gender practice, which is huge across the world, we kind of are like talking about the same thing for a long time. We hear these needs coming up, whether it's in Africa or even in developed countries. There are themes and key needs that continue to be missed. Things like there's limited safe access to products and services for women, things like time poverty because women are engaging in double and triple shifts, things like non-linearity of our lives. So why aren't these things being addressed, even though they've been around for a long time? And at the same time, I had this realization that, the gender and feminist practice has been around for a long, long time as well. And these practitioners have been working with and alongside women for all of these years. How can we put those learnings, how can we bring those together and put those learnings into practice? What can we learn in our different domains from what gender practitioners have been doing and bring them into different domains, such as design, such as technology, such as manufacturing? And so as the two things came together, I was like, okay, here's a need and here's at least a place to start, if not a full-fledged solution. What can we create when we bring those things together? And that's how the work at Unconform started to roll.
Wow, that's too much of information even for me. I need a moment to just let that seep in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, one of the things that I have been reading about recently is what you adhere to, in that there has been a lot of feminist practice and a lot of good work happening, and then there is this design and innovation or systems that's going on. But then what we've found more often than not is that they follow a siloed approach. I don't know why. And although there is evidence that both have great potential for human progress, and so if they are done in a way that complement each other, then sky's the limit. So what I hear you say is that because of your experience previously in India, professionally as well as personally, one of the things that you have been very explicit about at Unconform is the intentionality behind designing for women. And I also read one of your posts recently, and I quote, that you said, "We exist to make design for women mainstream and are focused on changing the system rather than the woman." And that last part has just stayed with me. I found that to be brilliant. So I would ask of you to unpack that statement, because I think it's also very powerful. If you could unpack what changing the system rather than the woman means.
Yeah, I'll just start by saying it's a tall order that I have assigned to myself and may or may not, fully do justice to, but it's something that is at the center of how I try to approach all of the work. But really, I think this sort of distinction came from seeing some of the feminist movements, such as, say, Lean In, which has been criticized by women in the workplace to try to become more like the men or the system, or to fit into the system, or even themes that might underlie topics such as white feminism, in which, the idea that getting a full-time job, is our way out of gender disparity, and completely ignoring the fact that women getting a full-time job means that she is now on a double or triple shift. Those kinds of things. What they are really asking is for women to change for this existing system that continues to, burden them or be extractive from them. And so for me, the way I look at it is, going back to something I shared earlier, which is like the central inquiry at Unconform is, what about women? How do we truly serve women? Is about identifying the ways in which existing products, services, which is what I see as part of the system, how are those failing what women need? And trying to evaluate and change those rather than asking the woman to fit to them. So one of the most obvious examples of this is like in the West, for example, in the workplace, when the whole gender equality movement came about, a lot of it was being tried to solve by things like leadership trainings. And many of it were known like, okay, well, let's just like try to make these women more like the existing very male kind of masculine leaders. I mean, like maybe we need a leadership training for men, you know? So that's how we began to start changing the system. But but I don't think that this is easy at all. Like I struggle with it all the time. And even with conversation with other gender practitioners, you know, they always have to make these difficult decisions of saying like, okay, now I've landed at this solution. It is still burdening the woman more. It is still asking the woman to, you know, change herself rather than changing the system. But what are some small steps we can take to chip away at our systems and products and services rather than always expecting the women to fit the mold of what already exists? So yeah, I hope that unpack that a little bit for you.
Yes, and I couldn't agree more to everything that you said. Maybe it's in my cognitive bias. I would also invite Tanuja to chime in, also because you know, it's a good stage where we could probably take one question from the audience rather than, you know, keep them waiting right up till the end. So
Sure.
Tanuja.
Yes, you know, by the way, Maya, you should not have asked me to come in at this point, because this is a topic that I can personally inquire, question, talk about for a month straight. But okay, we don't have any questions from the audience at present. I think they might be a little stunned, Mansi. But
hopefully in a good way.
Yes, stunned in a good way. Yes, of course.
Yes.
So I have spent quite some time with your on your website, and especially with your insights, which wonderfully written. They're succinct. They're little beads of knowledge. You know, fantastic. Most of all, I loved your 5 learnings from 2021.
Thank
and
you.
You mentioned nonlinearity in there, right?
Yes.
And it's so correct that why should, you know, this pandemic is showing us nonlinearity.
Yes.
There are so many people who are choosing to take time off.
Yes.
So the story of women's input into the workspace and into, I should say, maybe the public space in general, is the story of change. And how do humanity handle change? So that's the bigger story. But the underlying dimension, perhaps underlying shadow, is that the unwillingness to change by men because it is associated with their power and ego. Yeah. And I wondered if you would speak 2 minutes about how design can chip away at that.
Yeah. Oh, change the ego of men. Oof, so many tall orders today. Yeah, you know, I'm glad you brought this up, and I'm also really, really grateful to hear that the insights from 2021 were helpful to you. But one of our most, you know, popular issues, I write this, for those of you who don't know, I write a twice monthly newsletter. I send it out every other week, and it's a rant about me thinking about the things that I'm thinking about. But one of my most popular issues from last year was titled, I'm renaming design for women to design for men. And it got so many responses within like just a few minutes of sending that out. And I think it really struck a chord, because sometimes I really think that, well, I'm in this work because I feel like it's my calling to be, you know, working with and for women. But I think one way to do that is to focus on masculinity and thinking about more actively about the role of men and boys and masculinity, frankly, in designing. And if we start to focus more on design, being more thoughtful in the ways that men have showed up and how we want to change that, think the system will start to change. And one of our key themes, that we talk about in some of the workshops that I host with folks is about really encouraging them to think about what is the role of men in this experience that you have created. How does it affect the women? I think some of the most successful examples of designing for women are taking an active effort to really create to bring that aspect in, and some of them are doing that just by focusing on the aspects of masculinity, but others are doing that by taking a mixed gender approach and saying, how do these two, how do these two sexes coexist in the same way, and how do we design those cross-sex experiences by understanding that they are different and that women's equality does not mean that women want the same things as men.
It's very interesting that you say this, and I mean, although while you were saying all of this, something that a senior personnel from CRPF at Srinagar had addressed us last night, Charu ma'am, and she from the women in uniform and men in uniform and gender biases that exist, and something that Amrita Vishwavidya Peetam is helping them address. I could draw so many parallels from what she was talking and what you just said, in that, there are problems that men in uniform face, but there is also a lack of understanding in their women counterpart. And so they need to work with both of them. So Tanuja, what do you think? I mean, all the time while she was saying, I was just, recalling what Charu ma'am was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I'd like to say one more thing. We are talking about inequality, women's inequality, gender equality as a topic itself. But sometimes I feel that it's a subliminal thing in society and in men, and they don't know it exists. But if you frame it as a problem to solve, then it becomes a problem. So the question about, or the point about the luggage with wheels or without wheels, right? It became, oh, women will not travel alone, so it's no problem. But the minute you added the wheels, it wasn't a problem.
Yeah,
exactly. It was no longer a problem. Yeah. And then of course men are using it as well. So it's interesting that this, by the way, has come across even in the automobile industry, where they're finding that if they redesign using women in mind as well, they're coming up with solutions that make the car more customer friendly, more human friendly.
Yes.
Even though it was sort of a gender activity. So I hope, Mansi, that your activity will change the system towards a more human system.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up, Tanuja, because it's true. Like, I think one of the fears I had as I was building design for women as a methodology and sharing these insights is, oh, am I just moving from one group to the other? But the themes are actually beneficial to all. There's nothing that's come up that is just like focused on women. It is actually more human. And I think that's part of like something else that you shared around like, it's really grateful that you mentioned, shifting from it being a topic to it being a problem. But I think also like gender has become something that only women associate with, even though male is gender too. And so like, how do we make this more inclusive? It's something inclusive and inviting into the problem is something that we want to be thinking about as well.
Yeah, right. So let me bring in a question we have here. This is from Anuradha. She asks, hi, Mansi, my question is regarding advertising. I think advertising differs from place to place based on cultural differences. In general, I have noticed that Indian advertising is biased at times towards men. I would say biased all over the world, but that's my little note. What is your opinion about this, and what can be done to mitigate the apparent sexism that comes across with advertising?
Oh, big questions today. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm sure those of us who are joining from India and or live in India have seen, but the first example that came to my mind was the condom brand called Man Force. And I was like, I can't believe that we're in 2022 and we're still naming condom brands Man Force. So it's not even like subtly biased. It's just like, well, let's just put out there. Imagine if
Especially alarming is the use of the word force, don't you think?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, imagine if that branding team was just like, hey, like, let's use this as an opportunity to create like healthy sexual behaviors, but no, Man Force as something that is, connected to sex in a country where there's gender-based violence. Is that like any rant? But yes, I think I call this work Design for Women, but I think Maya and I were also going to talk later about like how it's applicable to other practices. And I think in advertising and branding, it can play a huge role because it's storytelling and changing narratives. And that, those, if we place effort into thinking about the narratives that we're sharing, like if advertisements and agencies thought about that, like we could really be shifting that. Like TV is such a huge thing in India. People are watching it all the time. It can be such a powerful medium if they just thought about what women could benefit from and the types of stories and narratives that they wanted to promote. I think with advertising, it's especially it can be put to the side because people want to, they want to take advantage of nostalgia and the way things have been and like keep the traditionalities because they really tug at our heartstrings. But I think that there is a way to balance things out. And we're starting to see a little bit more of that. Like in religion, for example, there's Hindu-Muslim ads now where we're starting to see, inclusiveness.
And Kanyaman.
Yeah.
Don't get me started. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think she asked, what is your opinion and what can be done to mitigate this apparent sexism is we all just really need to have a voice every time we're putting stories together in the story that we're telling in the ad and be like, what about women? What are some ways in which this is unfair to women? Is this what we want to be standing for? Is this what we truly believe? And then really just like allow for an idea that seemed really, really good to go if any answers to those questions are yes. But we need to be able to have the courage to be having that conversation, fortunately or unfortunately.
So let me ask another question from the chat, from our audience. Sapna Patel of Kinmark says, could we hear a story about one of the most impactful projects Mansi has had influence on? Would love to hear about what action people have taken based on Mansi's insights.
Oof.
Mansi, could I ask you to hold that for a bit because we're going to come back to that?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
the
examples are going to come. So, but if there aren't any more questions, then we will go with the flow, if that's okay, Tanuja.
Yes. So we have one note from Anshul, your partner Maya, and he talks about naming biases everywhere, and he mentions Ministry of Manpower in Singapore. So this is correct. It's also a problem of English language, isn't it? There's no neutral gender.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So we have in the corporate sector, you have man hours.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
yes,
I know we had a little joke amongst us women that man hours, if it takes 20 man hours, a woman can do it in 1 hour because it's not man hours.
Absolutely. But apologies to Sapna and Tanuja. I request you to hold that question just in case we forget and bring it back. So moving on, Mansi, you've said a lot, like I said already, and you've probably covered it. But then if you could just again tell us, how do you design or how do you think about design at Unconform Studios? That'll be interesting to know.
Yeah. I'll try to answer that in a holistic way. So again, since Unconform has been around, it's been there to explore all the different perspectives that are at the intersection of design and women. And the way that I'm currently defining design at Unconform with the order of trying to make design for women mainstream is through a few different levels. So the first one is really just like context setting and level setting and grounding, and being active about coming into the work by asking, hey, are we actively ensuring a women-centric lens in this process? Are we committed to that? How can we be more conscious of the ways in which we might be excluding women in the design process itself? So thinking about how many women's voices are driving a project, how many women's voices are informing the project. And I feel like a lot of inclusive design toolkits kind of stop at that, where they say, hey, ensure that you have a very diverse user research participant group, which I think is wonderful, but it feels like that's just a given. That's just a starting point. That should be a non-negotiable at this point. Right. So we want to be conscious of the ways that women are not only are their voices being heard for the output, but also who are the ones that are informing which voices should be heard. So on both sides of things, how are we being conscious about that? Another way that really defines design at Unconform is, like I've said a lot of times, evaluating and redesigning with a women-centric lens. And what that means is really to dive in with radical honesty and identifying the ways in which a product or service is failing women. Might mean like you map out the journey and you think about the ways in which that it is failing to serve women. And the way that we do that at Unconform is really informed by some of the insights and themes that have come from our research with gender practitioners, conversations about the needs that have been consistently overlooked. So asking questions like, okay, does this bank, savings service feel safe for women? We don't honestly think about that a lot. We don't connect those dots. We need to be thinking about certain things that are just missing. Like, Tanuja, you talked about non-linearity. It's like, how is this product or service addressing non-linearity, or how is it not? And let's be honest about that as a starting point. And then using the knowledge also to taking this initial evaluation process to actually inform design research. And I think this is where design thinking methods are really failing women, because we go into projects by saying like, okay, we want to increase women's savings in banks. And we're just like focused on the project. So we're not asking these questions about safety and non-linearity. They should be informing our, we talk about explorative research. We're not really doing explorative research, but we should be broadening that base and be asking those questions. I already talked about including women's voices and that being a given. And then I think the final thing I want to say is that I think it's really important to acknowledge that nothing's ever like quote unquote done. There is no like finished product. Like I in my 33 years of life have seen gender equality go through so many different views, and like the life I can live has changed from when I was 3 to when I'm 33. And so the context is forever evolving. So it's important to understand that like as the context evolves, your product and service will have to change, your design will have to change, and it will have to live alongside that. So those are some of the ways that we are defining design at Unconform.
Amazing. Also, when I was talking about Unconform, a quick question that came in the back of my head, is that why Unconform? Is it that you started off from a space of radical feminism or something like that you chose to unconform to societal norms or something like that? Or if you could just quickly tell us what that story is.
The story of the name, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm sorry about the background noise, if you can hear that. I think I didn't necessarily start from a place of radical feminism. I'm not even sure I'm a radical feminist. A lot of amazing women are doing that work. It's a big burden to carry. I have been in a space of trying to speak my truth in life. And I think, especially as an Indian woman, there's just a lot you conform to automatically. And being from a smaller town and seeing my female friends sort of like, even the ones who had ample opportunity and exposure, who could have, unconformed, choosing to conform was really a space for me to be like, that this is hard, like conforming is easier, and it's a choice that coming from a place of sometimes aggressive, I think, feminism, for lack of better term, can feel very difficult and judgmental. And so that's just why I call it Unconform, to just remind me that that's the space I want to be coming from. And it's funny, I never thought I would unconform in the space of design, because I had learned, but I am, challenging design methodologies. So I'm unconforming in a couple of ways now. So it's all fitting together.
And we are so glad that you're unconforming in that space. So, I mean, we've spoken a lot about the work. I think it's now time to also show the audience a little bit of, what you do. So there are a couple of questions you may choose to combine, and then you could also respond to Sapna's question earlier as part of this. So it'll be great, if you could tell us, show us some tools that will help us better understand why we are or aren't designing for women. And the follow-up question to that would be, like Sapna asked, if you could give us some concrete examples of how design for women is being undertaken at Unconform Studios.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I'm just gonna see if I can share my screen. Is that possible? Yeah. So the tool I want to share with you all, yeah, I can share. I hope you can all see that. So the tool that I want to share with you all is a very basic tool that I share in many of my workshops, which I call the women-centric design glasses, or the women-centric lens. And I've talked a lot in this last few minutes about evaluating with a women-centric lens, and like identifying the ways in which a product or service might fail women. And I use this as a basic tool to help folks on that process. And to also actually help frame conversations with their teams, because otherwise this conversation can feel quite overwhelming. So that's how I found this tool to be helpful. So let's dive in. So the women-centric design glasses have 4 modes. They have the offensive design for women, impartial, informed design for women, and holistic design for women. And I'll go through all of these a little bit with a few examples, and diving deeper into what they all mean. Okay, yeah. So the first one is straight up offensive design for women, which I think manifests in a couple of ways. One is you pink and shrink it. You pink it and shrink it. You just turn a service pink, and you hope that as a result, it will serve women. And second is creating a problem where there isn't one, just so you can sell to women. And my favorite example of this is this glove called Pinky, which some of you might have heard of. But it's a pink plastic glove that was created by 2 German men. The project did get funding, by the way, and it was a plastic glove that women could use to dispose of their tampons. Because we live in a world, where we can use more plastic waste, and we also live in a world where women don't need clean bathrooms with trash cans. But if we did need all of that, also the glove was too big for an average woman's hand. So, it's just a big disaster right here. So offensive design for women manifesting in these ways. Then we've got impartial design for women. And this, I think, is actually the danger zone. You'll see man-force condoms have appeared. It is really one of my favorite examples. But this is these gender-neutral design for women, and it's rife with what I call like one-size-fits-men examples. And I call it the danger zone because most of the time we are being impartial, but we're not realizing that as a consequence, we're not serving women. And so here, like I said, we see one-size-fits-men examples everywhere. We see examples where biological differences are going unacknowledged. So my favorite example there is, for example, yoga apps, which serve overwhelmingly a female audience, never mention menstruation, even though there are certain poses that we shouldn't be doing during menstruation, because God forbid men have to listen to anything about menstruation, even though 51% of the world might be experiencing it. And then we have, another way that this manifests, impartial design for women manifests, is when gendered responsibilities take like a second seat. So this is an example from the incredible book Invisible Design, which whoever hasn't read should really read. But she talks about how snow clearing in Western countries is sexist, because policymakers decided to clear the snow on the roads first, but sidewalks are much more likely to be used by women because, again, their days are non-linear. They're more likely to be with strollers. And what they found was when one of the cities flipped clearing the sidewalks first, that the number of snowfall-related injuries went massively down, and they were in the beginning mostly affecting women. I just want to make a note that I call Manforce impartial design for women is because they just, honestly, I think they were not trying to be, who knows, but I think they were not trying to be malicious, and they just were just like, this is just, they just forgot about us. The third one we have is we're moving into nicer territory now with informed design for women. And here is, really where we're starting to see in the world, we are starting to see women-centric products and services emerge. And most of them, I feel, are in this space of informed design for women. And while it's really a big shift up and a big one-up from offensive or informed, you might see that informed solutions still work within existing established stereotypes and norms. In some cases might be perpetuating it because that's just what is needed for it to work within the system. You'll see that most of the examples here are serving women as the majority consumer. So most of the time, these are products and services in, reproductive healthcare, in maternity, but they're not seeing women as a majority consumer of finance and larger healthcare and public transport, and those examples are missing. And then I think even within the examples of, say, reproductive healthcare, many times I think some of these products and services are really seeing the woman as like sort of a one-dimensional human. So for example, this period app that designs for period tracking is all centered around the chance of pregnancy. And so it's assuming that all women will get pregnant. And it's assuming that designing for the woman is the same as designing for pregnancy, which it's not. So this is how informed design is, okay, one level up, we're doing better, but there's still things that we can improve on. And then finally, we have holistic design for women. And this is like what I call the shining star. It is what we all want to be moving towards, the way that we want to be thinking. And the ways in which this manifests is things like systemic stakeholder engagement. So really bringing in, Tanuja, what you said earlier, the role of men and boys, really sharing the burden of this problem. This is manifest when we go beyond what's considered women-only product design, such as reproductive healthcare, and it encourages leaning out rather than leaning in. So Maya, what we had talked about earlier, which was, redesigning the system rather than trying to change the woman. And here, I think, was it Sapna who had asked that question about examples? Yes. So there's some examples I would like to share here because, the world is not fully bleak. There are some really great women-centric design examples, even actually from this part of the world. The first one I'll share is from India. One of my favorites, it's called Pro Sport Development. And this is a grassroots youth sports development organization. And they use sports as a tool to work on gender equality. And their whole thing is that, gender equality is a problem for men and men and boys are a part of this problem, so they have to be a part of the solution. So they are non-negotiable about having mixed gender groups in trying to advocate for equal participation in sports from both women and girls. And the way that they're doing it is really interesting. They have decided that sports is discriminatory because it's a reflection of society. So because society is discriminatory, so is sport. So they're not unafraid to change the rules of sport when they are working with their mixed gender groups. When they're seeing that boys are only passing to boys, they'll just change the rules of the sport. And they're not unafraid to do that. So I think that that's a really wonderful example of changing that system. and bringing in that masculine, bringing in the role of men and boys. Another example is Sehat Kahani, and this is a telemedicine app out of Pakistan, which is also a really wonderful example because it really works at different systemic layers. So on the face of it, it's providing better access to healthcare for women because women are less mobile, so they have less access to women. So they're talking about those like, very like at the heart of what is at the heart of those problems. But then also they have a second layer where they mostly hire female doctors because they identified a problem of doctor brides in Pakistan, where parents were educating their daughters to become doctors so they could have a good hand in marriage, but then they would stop working, and then there were these amazing unemployed doctors. And they really bake in that element of financial autonomy because that's a way to make women more resilient and having really wonderful pay. So it's working at these two, at the intersection of two systems, finance and healthcare, and really doing that really well. And the final example I'll give before I stop talking is CEO, which is all about investing in women and non-binary led businesses. And what's really great about them is that they just don't give any, they don't care about the business case. So I think one of the biggest problems today in why women-centric design is so behind is that everyone's looking for the business case. They're like, okay, we need to invest in women because women run better businesses, they're better leaders, we should invest in women because they invest back into their family and all of that. But CEO is all about like, we will give with radical generosity, and it just changes the way that VC funding works. It brings together a massive group of women from all around the world and creates a very democratic process in funding women-led businesses that are working on basically the world's to-do list. So it has, again, all of these components. It's not talking about ROI all the time. It's not having to justify its case. And it's really coming from the crux of like, okay, we're designing with and for women. So this is the women-centric design glasses. And I really think that if you can put these on and even experience the world for a day like this and start to think about, could this be offensive? Could this be impartial? How could we change that? That's a really great way to start framing conversations with your team, with your family, and at your work. Really start to see that even if we're operating in impartial or informed, that there's space to grow towards holistic and to allow yourself to do that. Okay. Just had a long rant. So.
Could you hold that slide for just a bit?
Yes.
So, I mean, it's interesting, right? How you've sliced and diced your examples through these 4 categories. And what I'm seeing from this is, there is more awareness about women-centered design and feminist approaches in general, and it's also growing as we speak. However, it's you could plot that on this scale anywhere from the extreme left to the extreme right. So, and one of the challenges I feel is also about persistence and sustaining those practices on a day-to-day life, on a day-to-day basis. So if you could talk a little to that question that, it's wonderful. Maybe we have sparks of how to design, how to have more inclusive design or also intentional design for women, but how do you sustain those practices?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really a question of behavior change. I think it's not move from the way that you've been doing things for a long time to a potentially more difficult way of doing things that might, mess with your process. But like as I talked about before, like one of the ways that we approach design for women is by level setting and context grounding and asking the question, what about women? Are we thinking about women? And I think it's much easier to sustain the practices when you are, let's say, like if we talk in the context of a project, like I said, like sometimes we jump right into the problem we're trying to solve and we don't think about the sort of if you think about it as a systems map, the arrows going out to the other nodes, some of these things that I talked about, the themes, I think it's important to bring in this kind of conversation framing and these conversations, even at the problem definition phase, which many of us don't do. We're in agencies, or we're, so-and-so told us that we're going to solve this problem, and we just go right for it. But I feel like our problem definitions need to be affected by these conversations. So that's one way to be thinking about how we sustain women-centric practices or feminist practices. I think another way is like really having a conversation with your team about what are your design principles, what are your feminist design principles, and I think you will not be at ground zero in having this conversation. There are incredible organizations out there who have already laid out some design principles, and I can share in the link in the chat in a couple of seconds. Like Ladysmith is a wonderful research collective that engages in feminist methodologies, and they have a set of 7 design principles that help their teams stay true to what they're doing every day. And what design principles are the ways in which that you approach the project. So for example, one of their design principles is we're not going to be extractive with women. So they have identified that research and data, especially, which is their field, can be very, very extractive with women. So they're always questioning, like, oh, are we extractive? So they use their design principles as a way to move forward. And then I think the final thing is that in talking about commitment, I think where a lot of folks lose out, even with the very positive intention of wanting to practice inclusive design, is that it becomes this checkbox that they have this intention in the beginning that we're going to have this like diverse thing. But then, it gets lost in the mix and then it becomes a checkbox in the end. And I think that having methodologies such as this one, not just this one, but like, a few tactile ways that you can start to take the first few steps instead of trying to solve a massive problem that can feel very overwhelming is very important, because you also as a practitioner need to take care of yourself and not feel under the stress of like, today I'm not feminist and tomorrow I am. It's not about that. It's about like, okay, I can do these 5 small things for the next 1 month and help my team get on board, rather than like we're going from 0 to 100 tomorrow. And I think that's another way to sustain your practices.
Yes, absolutely. And also a follow-up from there. So like you were saying, I think you already shared a couple, but what are certain insights or key takeaways, that anybody can probably be conscious of? Like you said, we cannot probably apply tomorrow, but be conscious of while thinking. And we may not even be designing in our capacities, but I'm sure there are principles that anybody can apply in the work that they do, where they're more conscious of, are we, what do we call, appreciative of women as being equal stakeholders, if I may put it that way.
Yeah, definitely. So apart from tools like this, something that I share with folks is like, what are those key needs that continue to reappear? What are some themes that continue to reappear that can be those like first 5 steps for you? So maybe I'll just share like a little taster of those without going into too much detail. But here they are. I have found that there are a few key themes that matter a lot to women, and that can really help you think about the different aspects that could be embedded in your user experience and your design experience to make it more women-centric and to serve women more truly. So the first is role of community. And what we found there is that women have collective bargaining power, that women are more relational than men are, that they like to share things with one another and learn together. And so the role of community can play a huge role in really designing a service or experience for women. So what does the role of community mean in what you're creating? Does it play a role, and how does it show up? So that's one thing. Another one that I talk about, and I've talked about a lot today, is non-linearity, but I just cannot speak more to that. But women's lives are not just non-linear in their course of their life, but they're also non-linear day to day. So there's a couple of different aspects there. So to think about a woman's life as she's more likely to go in and out of work. Most workplaces don't design for that. She's more likely to have part-time jobs or part-time work. She lives longer. Pension funds don't design for that. So, and then, we're not even talking about, at this point, menstruation, pregnancy, and menopause, but there's that non-linearity. And then the day-to-day of her life, from having to take care of the family and picking up the kids to like the small caregiving responsibilities, even if we think in the context of Indian women where caregiving goes way beyond kids most of the time, how are our products and services designing for that? Think about small things like what are business hours like, and when can she access the bank, if she's working full time and then has this just small things like that can be really big things. I talk about safety a lot. And I think safety and safe spaces are a huge thing that we should be measuring all our products and service experiences against. We should be asking, is this healthcare experience safe for women? And thinking about it from way beyond physical safety. But to start with physical safety, one of the examples I always give is that Uber only rolled out their SOS functionality after there were sexual harassment experiences registered for their rides. And then they were like, okay, now SOS responsible, functionality. Or Google Maps, which prioritizes fastest routes over safer routes. So it's really taking this back seat because it matters much more to women. But there's a lot to unpack there and think about, what does safety mean beyond the physical, and how should we start defining safety for the products and services that we're designing. And then I'll share one more, which is around true success metrics. And I love this one because I think a lot of times in gender practice, which can be very donor driven and have these expectations of success metrics of, in financial inclusion, it's okay, well, how much did the savings increase in the bank? But that's really a success metric for the bank. It's not a success metric for the woman. So what does it mean in today's world where we still need our donors to give us money to also include success metrics for the woman, and think about it differently. Another example I give here is sexual harassment in the workplace. We all know it's happening. And you might think that a good success metric is when the number of reported cases falls, but we all know it's happening. So maybe a good interim success metric is a rise in reported cases of sexual harassment, because then we know women are feeling safe enough and encouraged enough to voice their experiences. So unintuitive, but thinking about success metrics in a true form, in a form that really defines success for her. So these are some of the things that I share when I talk about, if you put this together kind of with the tool I shared before, it's you can use some of these tenets of being okay, well, this is actually really thinking about women's safety. So it feels like it's been informed by what women need. And that's how you can start to evaluate products and services and systems a little bit differently.
Fantastic. I mean, when I look at this list that you've just put up here, if I come at it as a program designer from a social impact space, or if I'm looking at monitoring and evaluation, or if I'm looking at systems thinking, because those are the three domains that I have been professionally involved with, I think all of this makes sense to all of that, irrespective of where you are. So thank you for this list. I'm definitely going to be more carrying this along with me and being more conscious of what I'm doing as a woman, because I also feel that women need to walk the talk and show others that, okay, this is how we do it. But I'm also conscious of time, and now I see that the audience is suddenly fired up and they want to ask you more. So I'll let Tanuja take a few audience questions.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so
But before yeah, absolutely. I love that list there, Mansi. Maybe you could publish it prominently on your website so that everybody could go to it. So
Yeah.
I would like to give an example of a metric here.
Yeah.
This is a positive example. A general, army general, an American army general operating in Afghanistan was asked, how do you know you have succeeded? And he said, by the number of girls who go to school.
Mm.
So here's an army general who's measuring something, a military operation, because what he's saying is, my military operation, has it created enough social safety, social confidence that families can let their girls go to school? I thought it was such a beautiful statement on what it takes for a woman to live, woman or girl, to live comfortably in her environment.
I love that so much because I love that. I've never heard of that. Thank you for sharing that. I love that example so much as an answer to this question, because most of the time when we talk about sending our girls to school, it's about long-term economic growth. And it comes back to that ROI, business case, blah, blah, blah. But he's thinking about it with the lens of safety, and he's thinking about it with the lens of freedom, which is very different. Absolutely love that. Thank you for sharing that, Tanuja.
And this conference is about systems thinking, so it's very systemic metric.
Yeah.
It takes so many factors into account together.
Yeah.
So Martha Miller wants to, in your list of design considerations, she talks about strength and how things like jars and other machinery are designed for male strength standards.
Yes.
And that's another factor we could potentially take into account. Abhijit talks about, this has been mentioned before, pink tax, how products designed for women are usually have a little extra tax on top of it. It's usually 10, 15, 20% more expensive than an equivalent product for men. Yep. And he has a question around how we live with this normalcy. We think the way we live is normal and are not even aware that discrimination is happening. Yep. And this is also, Maya, your point. Women as well can become more aware that there are biases in there, and how do we surface them to make our lives better? But, you know, to that point, women are so often culturally trained to not think about their own discomfort.
Yeah.
There is, let's see. This again comes back to your point, Mansi, that to change the system rather than to change the practice only. Yeah. We have another question coming. I believe she is typing it. Let's see.
So I think Kushagrika had a question, right? So
she's typing it.
Okay.
So let her type that. But we have about 17 minutes or so. Would you like to open to the audience? Then we can have that. Or shall we continue like this? Because I love hearing Mansi talk about different things here. Mansi, what would you like?
She needs to be unmuted. I don't know why she's getting muted. So
oh, perfect. It's back.
Okay, so let me unmute that. Let me yes.
I think she is. Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good to go. Yeah, I'm open either way to whatever you both decide.
Okay. Kushagrika, I think you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity, and I loved the talk. I was actually moderating the live stream, so I really wanted to join here to ask my own question. As an ad major, I'm a student for visual media at Amrita School for Arts and Sciences. And as part of my project, I've been creating a brand and campaign for a makeup brand with, taking the principles of inclusivity and diversity as my main focus, inclusive, a brand that is inclusive of, all types of women, transgendered members, non-binary members, and because people and women come in all shapes and sizes, and I felt like the existing established famous beauty brands, especially the drugstore brands, do not cater to that. For example, when you see just like a few foundation shades that don't really match our Indian skins or the darker skins. And so what I wanted to ask you was, what would you recommend be some changes in the design for brands, especially these brands that are aimed at women, cosmetics and fashion, and through the women-centric lens? And how can we be inclusive and through the diverse members of community when it comes to such brands? So, Mom, that's my question.
Yeah, thank you, Kushagrika, for asking this. Yeah, it's a great question because it's in the space that, we think it's already designing for women, and well, clearly, it's not design. If it is designing for some women, it's not designing for all at all. But I think that we are starting to see some beauty brands that are taking it to the next level. I think there was something called Fenty by Rihanna, who started to have all of these different shades of brown and black to include women from other parts of the world to feel like they can use makeup as well, that it's not just for the fair / white women of the world. But I think, speaking from the point of view of like, well, what can beauty brands do in the space of becoming even more diverse for our trans folk and non-binary folks, and even for men who might want to feel empowered to take this on. I mean, I'm sure that there's a plethora of research that can be done. However, I really think that where there is room for a lot of beautiful impact, given that you're an ad major and you're in advertising, is, I think, going back to like the conversation we had about man force, is asking the question like, what is the narrative that we want beauty to hold today? And thinking about it in the Indian context, where we have such a rigid definition of beauty, thinking about what stories you want to tell through that. And, Fair and Lovely has, there was a time it used to, say, oh, I became fair, now I have a husband. Today it's like, oh, I became fair, now I have a job. And I'm like, you're really not getting the point. So I think I would really, really encourage you to think about narratives as an advertising major in the space of beauty, and the types of things that it has conformed over time in your personal experience, in the experience of your friends, in the experience of your family, the experience of your transgender / non-binary community as well, and talk about what beauty means, and like and really put it, string it along with some of these things I shared, like, what does safe beauty look like? What does community look like in the space of beauty? And like, think about those questions that might seem really awkward in the beginning, but maybe something will begin to emerge. That's all I can say. I'm no expert on beauty, so unfortunately I cannot add more there. But there's a lot of strength in narrative, and you're an advertising student, so I'm sure it can go somewhere from there.
Wonderful. Before you get on with any more questions, I'd also like to quickly ask Mansi, for anyone who's interested in knowing more about you and your work, where could they reach out? If you could, probably share, and then we can type that in the chat box as well. So
yeah, I'll do that in a second. So this is the sign up to my newsletter. I think Tanuja talked about it. I rant on this every other week. I talk about something that is, on my mind. And then, of course, there is my website, which is also part of it, where you can learn more about it. There's a contact form through which you can reach out to me. You can also, I share a lot of things on LinkedIn. So I can share my LinkedIn profile here, and you can follow me or us to connect there. Just give me a second to find it. But yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. There's a lot of Mansi Gupta, so you'll have to look, this is the best way to find me.
So if I could ask a question, well, this is now time for my own questions, if that's okay.
Of course, yeah.
So this conference is about women's empowerment, and I think one of the things folks generally don't realize is that their small differences can add up, can aggregate in a lifespan to very big gaps. So we talk about the gender gap. Take a simple example like luggage with wheels. Yeah. So when luggage didn't have wheels and women had to travel, she would then have to pay someone, the porter, to carry her luggage. So the cost of her travel becomes 5%, 10% more expensive than men. Same thing with safety. So a man can take a public transportation after dark. Women have to pay for taxis or personal cars and so on. So throughout her life, a woman has to pay an additional cost at every step. So it completely changes not just what her life costs, but also how much money she has available to invest, free money.
Yeah.
So then her financial profile by the time she retires is completely different than a man's, even if her income was the same. Yeah. So if you could speak a little bit about how design is intervening in these little tiny ways, but changing the course of the river.
Yeah. I think you gave monetary examples, Tanuja, and I think I'll layer those up with examples of time. So I think there's these hidden costs, like you talked about. We'll have to hire the porter, or we'll have to get a cab, and there's talk of the pink tax all the time. Like clearly we pay for all kinds of things that tax on all kinds of things that men don't have to pay. But then there's also the hidden cost of time and burden. So I think a really great example is from the international development space is cash transfer programs, which when they were rolled out, although they gave women access to finances, women had to make time to walk to that office and then find the right forms, fill it out. And it's like this hidden burden continued to get layered onto her plate. And so the question is, first of all, how is design making these things different? I think, first of all, it's like we want to think about the hidden costs in these holistic ways so that it's not only monetary, but it's more holistic. But I think, secondly, it is happening as some of us are starting to let go of our ideals of what is masculine, what is feminine. So going back to that example of the wheels, or also something I saw in the chat by someone about the jars and the strength thing. I actually had a chat with Catherine Marcel like a few months ago about her book. And, when we got together on the phone, she said, hey, Mansi, I'm seeing all these examples, and I wanted to ask you if there was something in your research that is emerging around about a comfort principle, like how is comfort a design principle in designing for women? And I was like, no, I haven't heard of that. And then she told me these stories about the wheels and the electric car, and how the electric car was like considered feminine because it didn't require this like crazy start as the petrol car, and how that sent the electric car way back, and here we are in climate change. But I think that this ideal that the female needs comfort and the man doesn't, and these gendered ideas of what is considered masculine and feminine, like Maya said, I think we're coming full circle here, has really held back innovation and design. And so I think it is also a design principle to think about how are we seeing these products as feminine and masculine, and can we let go of that? What do we need to let go of in order to start changing the way that we design it? And to include things like comfort as something that all humans have access to, rather than something that is an added cost for people. Yeah.
Absolutely. This I don't know. I could go on forever, but then in the interest of time, and we need to let you go. But any last thoughts? Anyone who wants to unmute and share something could just raise your hand, and then we could get you to unmute. One person.
Okay. We've covered a lot of ground today, a lot, and I'm sure there's a lot to cover still. But Mansi, I have a personal request for you, a design request.
Oh, wow.
Could you please design something that is a requirement for people, men who hold public office, such as politicians or other people, that they need to answer questions about what it takes for a woman to live in society, so they understand the woman's point of view a bit better, because women are 51% of the population. And yet we have politicians going out there with no clue at all what the needs of women. So could you have a survey maybe? Here are 100 questions you have to answer in 20 minutes. So let's make it competitive, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a really big need. And I will not promise that I will design this in the near future, but I hope that I'll work towards something like this in my life. So maybe by the time, I've advanced and learned more, something like this will come along. And I really share the frustration, especially with government and politics, especially in India, where, we just become so invisible and unseen, and really, like, it's hard to watch the news with these politicians on there. But I'll share an example that is positive. And, I had talked about this company called Ladysmith, the research collective. Something that I would, inspire everyone on this call to think about, and I think about this as well, is, they have this design principle again, which is, what are we doing this work and this research for? How is it turning into something? And for them, they have committed, for any research they do, for it to have an outcome of either a really, like, widely read op-ed in a widely read newspaper, or a very punchy policy brief, so that it's actually changing the societal laws. And sometimes, really, I do think, Tanuj, I'm glad you brought it up, because if I continue to exist in the space of just products and services, like, they're still operating within this bigger system of policies and laws that are also designed by men. I would be really curious to see who's in this space, especially in India, like, working on laws and policies with the gender lens, beyond some of the very, very basic things that we've been seeing around, like POSCO came out, like, just, I think, in the last decade, right? So yeah, but I guess, just to finish my thought, it's really encouraging everyone on this call to think about, okay, like, as you engage with these feminist design principles, or designing for women more actively, how can it affect that bigger system that can start to affect laws and policy, and change the bigger mindset? But beyond that, I wish I could say more about politicians, but I will say muted on that.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of things, also conscious of time, but I would love to have one more fireside with you where we talk about designing for men. That's on my wish list. And last but certainly not the least, on behalf of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham and Amachi Labs and SI Mumbai Hub, I want to thank you. I couldn't thank you enough for such a wonderful, engaging, warm, patient session. So amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maya.
Tanuja, over to you.
Yeah, no, my thanks as well. Mansi, this is a topic that should go on and on and on. So maybe we can have you back for that, for the going on and on a bit. I hope that the audience is feeling inspired and feeling the change, if you will. Mansi, is there something you would like to us, the audience, your audience, to take away or to really change in their lives today after having heard you?
Yeah. I'll say two things. If you didn't take away anything else, I hope you'll take those women-centered glasses that I shared, because I really think they can be a way to manage what can feel like an overwhelming problem. And then I'll say something to the women that are on this call who are clearly part of leading the change, is that you don't always have to be talking about women and women's empowerment. You don't always have to be the killjoy on the table. It's okay to take a break and not be the active voice. it's okay to be like, okay, I accept this for right now, and I'll come back to this tomorrow or 5 days later or a year later. So I would ask all the women on this call to take a day of rest and say thank you for leading the change. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think we are in the main room, so there's no formal closing of the session. So I believe Amrita will just take over from here, I think. Thank you, Mansi, again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tanuja, for having me. And thank you so much, Maya, for co-designing this chat with me and for bringing me here. It was wonderful to get to know both of you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Same here. And thank you for such a lovely audience once again.
Thank you to the audience for listening and being here.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Have a good evening, afternoon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy the rest of your visit to India.
Bye.
Okay. We are having a 15-minute break now, everyone. I was asked to inform you. We'll be back in this room on this Zoom link in 15 minutes. Miriam, do we have a meditation session in this break?
Because it's a 15-minute session break, we don't have one right now. That's for the 30 minutes. So it's just a 15-minute for people to get a cup of tea or
And so on.
walk around, get some fresh air, stretch, do your own yoga practice, and we'll see people back at 7:15. Thank you so much, Mansi. It was a really
5:15.
And for
5:15.
everyone
Sorry,
to go back to
5:15.
their homes and ask the women in their lives, have I considered you enough? Right? Thank you, Mansi. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, everybody. See you in 15 minutes.
See you.
Where digital transformation is taking place and the world changes in the blink of an eye, Esri users are unlocking the full potential of data to solve real problems in real time. They use location and geography to integrate, analyze, and understand all types of data. They embrace the science of GIS, science that Esri pioneered, and its users continue to advance. Organizations everywhere see data in new ways through a common visual language. Informed, inspired, and empowered by the science of where, pushing the boundaries of geography to create deeper insight and understanding. The science of where is the science of exploration and navigation. The science of the grand and the granular. This is the science of development and the science of sustainability, the science of power and the science of peace, the science of will, the science of wonder, the science of where.
Systems innovation is about changing whole systems, rather than just changing parts. The way we do a lot of things around here doesn't seem to be working so well. How we do food, finance, healthcare has become unsustainable in many ways. We need to do things differently. We need to innovate. But not just innovate in parts, a new electric car, a new app or solar panel. We need to innovate in whole systems. new energy systems, educational systems, transport systems. Clearly, this isn't easy. It takes a new way of thinking and modeling, called systems thinking. But it also takes new ways of organizing through networks. By combining new models and insights from systems and complexity science and new ways of organizing through information technology, we today have a unique and extraordinary capacity to actually change whole systems. We call this systems innovation, innovating not just in parts, but whole systems. Luckily, we are not the only ones thinking like this. That is why we are building an open platform for connecting system thinkers and system doers around the world. From economists and ecologists to designers and developers, we are building a collaborative platform, an ecosystem to fuel the next generation of systems-level innovation across industries. We hope you will join us.
The Machi Lab is the most creative way of empowering women. Of all of the projects which the UN funds around the world, this is the one dearest to our heart. It's the one we're most proud of, and it's the one that we intend to take to the rest of the world so that they can learn from what you have achieved.
Our vision of gender equality is inspired by our Chancellor's words. Women and men are of equal value, like two wings of a bird, for without the two in perfect harmony, humanity cannot progress. We hold India's only UNESCO chair in the area of gender equality and women's empowerment. Our research goal is to further women's empowerment and gender equality as a community agenda, in harmony with the environment, towards a sustainable future. While addressing problems in villages, we work with women to identify what vulnerabilities they have and co-design interventions with them, one of which we're really proud of is addressing the need for toilets. We taught women to build and maintain their own toilet, and after they mastered these skills, they mobilized the community towards ending open defecation. Some now earn a living by building toilets for others in the village. It's a win-win situation. It's a community-led total sanitation approach. Some of our women leaders were even honored by the President of India for their efforts towards ending open defecation. This was a huge achievement and a source of inspiration for all.
आपने शौचालय के निर्माण के लिए जो बहनों को मिस्त्री का काम सिखाने का अभियान चलाया है, वो सचमुच में ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट, स्किल डेवलपमेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा काम है। बहनें और बेटियां स्वच्छता की दूत तो पहले से ही थे, अब आपने स्किल और सशक्तिकरण को भी इससे जोड़ा है।
We integrate life skills throughout our training programs. To us, it is as important, if not more, than vocational skills. These trainings strengthen the socio-democratic voice and economic empowerment of women. It expands the collective empowerment space of women. We have had a lot of firsts. We have trained India's first women plumbers. We have built the first haptic simulator in the country. We have had tribal women launch Kickstarter campaigns to fund their businesses. All this could not have happened were it not for the guidance, the vision, and the opportunity given by our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi.
where digital transformation is taking place and the world changes in the blink of an eye. Esri users are unlocking the full potential of data to solve real problems in real time. They use location and geography to integrate, analyze, and understand all types of data. They embrace the science of GIS, science that Esri pioneered, and its users continue to advance. Organizations everywhere see data in new ways through a common visual language. Informed, inspired, and empowered by the science of where, pushing the boundaries of geography to create deeper insight and understanding. The science of where is the science of exploration and navigation. The science of the grand and the granular. This is the science of development and the science of sustainability. The science of power and the science of peace. The science of will. The science of wonder. The science of where.
Systems innovation is about changing whole systems, rather than just changing parts. The way we do a lot of things around here doesn't seem to be working so well. How we do food, finance, healthcare has become unsustainable in many ways. We need to do things differently. We need to innovate. But not just innovate in parts, a new electric car, a new app or solar panel. We need to innovate in whole systems, new energy systems, educational systems, transport systems. Clearly, this isn't easy. It takes a new way of thinking and modeling, called systems thinking. But it also takes new ways of organizing through networks. By combining new models and insights from systems and complexity science and new ways of organizing through information technology, we today have a unique and extraordinary capacity to actually change whole systems. We call this systems innovation, innovating not just in parts, but whole systems. Luckily, we are not the only ones thinking like this. That is why we are building an open platform for connecting system thinkers and system doers around the world. From economists and ecologists to designers and developers, we are building a collaborative platform, an ecosystem to fuel the next generation of systems-level innovation across industries. We hope you will join us.
Welcome back. After the break, I'm sure you feel rejuvenated and share our enthusiasm towards this session of paper presentations. The session is dedicated towards exploring systems approach to socio-cultural, political, and environmental dimensions of women's empowerment. To outline this session briefly, we have an honorable keynote address, followed by 5 paper presentations, followed again by discussions on the same, facilitated by our esteemed discussants, Dr. Manisha Veeramesh, Dr. Martha Miller, and Dr. M.S. Krishnan. I welcome you all. The entire session shall last for the next 1 hour and 44 minutes to be precise, and I wish that you have the best of the experiences in this session. At the very outset of this session, I have the privilege to introduce and welcome Dr. Vandana Shiva for all of us here. We have an incredible guest speaker indeed today, and this is an understatement. It is the most difficult job to introduce her. The passion with which she has led her life and the immensity of recognitions that she has garnered in the process are phenomenal and beyond description within the time limits of this session. Dr. Vandana Shiva is a trained physicist and did her PhD on the subject hidden variables and non-locality in quantum theory. She later shifted to interdisciplinary research in science, technology, environmental policy, which she did at the Indian Institute of Science and the Indian Institute of Management in Bangalore. In 1982, she founded an independent institute, the Research Foundation for Science, Technology, and Ecology in Dehradun, dedicated to high quality and independent research to address the most significant ecological and social issues of our time, in close partnership with local communities and social movements. In 1991, she founded Navadanya, a national movement to protect the diversity and integrity of living resources, especially native seed, the promotion of organic farming and fair trade. In 2004, she started Vijay Vidyapeetham, an international college for sustainable living in Doon Valley in collaboration with Schumacher College, UK. Dr. Shiva has received honorary doctorates from multiple universities and has numerous awards for her groundbreaking work over the years. Among her many awards are the Alternative Nobel Prize, Lennon Ono Award for Peace by Yoko Ono, Sydney Peace Prize, the Midori Prize for Biodiversity, and the Amrita Devi Award, to name a few. She combines sharp intellectual inquiry with courageous activism. Time magazine called Dr. Shiva an environmental hero, while Forbes magazine has identified her as one of the top 7 most powerful women on the globe. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Shiva as the keynote speaker for this session. Dr. Vandana Shiva, may I please invite you to deliver the keynote address for this session.
Thank you very much, Debashish, and thank you to everyone who is involved in organizing this conference on women's empowerment and systems thinking. And happy Women's Day, which will be coming soon to all of you. We have totally distinctive ways of living in and thinking about the world. One is a systems view, which realizes that everything is interconnected, nothing is separate, which realizes that things that are living are self-organized complexity. And because they are self-organized complexity, they are intrinsically organized and have intrinsic worth. So our philosophy in India is based on Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The earth is one family. That is systems thinking. No one is less and no one is more. The trees are not less than us. The rivers are not just inert bodies of water. And increasingly they talk about this much kilowatt of energy to be extracted. And I learned my 2 lessons on interconnectedness and systems thinking. First, from my training in quantum theory itself. My PhD, as was mentioned, is on non-separation, non-separability, non-locality in quantum theory. What does that mean? It means that unlike in classical physics and mechanical physics, if there are 2 elements, I have these 2 pens. These 2 pens cannot impact each other except by force. And this thinking came out of a very narrow window of colonialism, industrialism, scientific revolution, and the fossil fuel revolution. They created the idea that the world is populated with things that are fixed and separate and have no ability to connect to other things. So non-separation was built into that worldview, and it's quite recent, just a few hundred years. And it is very, very convenient for colonization and exploitation. As my dear friend Caroline Merchant in her book, Death of Nature, has written, the idea of a reductionist world, a mechanistic reductionist world, facilitated colonial capitalism, colonial commerce, and facilitated extraction. If the mountains around me are purely limestone, of course they will be mined, as they were in the 80s, or from the 60s to the 80s. And then the Ministry of Environment invited us to look at the mining and its impact. And our study of 1982 led to a Supreme Court decision in 1983 because they understood with our systems analysis that these mountains of limestone were aquifers, over millennia, as the rain dropped, as the cavities formed by the two plates clashing, those cavities became caves. And these caves became giant reservoirs of water. So all over the world, what is called karst landscape are actually water bodies. The reductionist mind only sees the mineral as raw material for the steel industry, for the cement industry, for the building industry, for the sugar industry. They don't see the living system where the mountain, the limestone, the rock, the trees, the rivers are one system. And we did this deep study for the Ministry of Environment. And when this was submitted to the Supreme Court by the Ministry of Environment, in a case that had been triggered as a public interest litigation, the court said we have Article 21 in our Constitution on the right to life. And we can see so clearly that taking the limestone out of the mountains through extraction, as if it's the only function of limestone, is leading to erosion, it's leading to riverbed damage, it's leading to floods, it's leading to disappearance of water. And we had done all these measurements for the government. And the Supreme Court ruled that when commerce, which is about extraction of raw materials, undermines life, which is about the system of the ecosystem and all its functions and all its ecological services, then commerce must stop because life has to carry on. And this, I think, was the first case based on the ecosystem integrity of environment. And the first case anywhere in the world. Right now, of course, there are huge movements. I've been part of the Constitution of Ecuador, Constitution of Bolivia, now Chile. The president had just called me, when he was being installed, the new government. All of these new governments are starting to put in place the recognition that the earth as a whole, Gaia, her ecosystems and her living organisms are all living systems that work according to systems thinking and systems philosophy. And of course, I notice the chief guest of this conference is my dear, dear, dear friend, Fritz of Capra, which is the reason I am in this meeting, because he's the one who introduced me and connected me to all of you. And Fritzoff has written two very, very powerful books, which everyone should read. The Systems View of Life and The Web of Life. And he, like me, is trained in quantum theory. And for us, therefore, to move from the quantum worldview of non-separation and interconnectedness to the living systems worldview for the protection of the environment is a very, very natural move. My own life journey on the living system part began with a beautiful movement called Chipko. And I want to celebrate my sisters, and I want to celebrate the movement that began in the 70s. And I became a volunteer. I found a forest disappear. I was leaving for Canada to do my PhD. And I decided I would come back every vacation and volunteer. I found out about Chipko. I said, I will be a student of Chipko. I will be a student of women who've never been to school, but are teaching us ecology. And I remember a particular lesson, 1977. Women came out with lanterns into a forest that had to be logged. And maybe I take a step back to remind you that in the 70s, there had been an Alaknanda disaster. And a forest had been logged. Because of that, an entire mountains erosion started. There were floods, rivers, villages were washed away, and that disaster woke up the women. And therefore, when the loggers came to their village, they said, we won't let you cut these trees. And Gora Devi was the one who first stood up in her village. Sadly, the village Raini, where Chipko started, is being destroyed right now. The 2021 Rishi Ganga Raini disaster, first with the avalanche because of climate change, then dam building along the river, the combination was deadly, as was the 2013 damages in Kedarnath in the Mandakini Valley, where the lethal damages of climate change, the maldevelopment model that doesn't care how systems work, and the fact that we have started to imagine that these beautiful pilgrim centers that our ancient people built, which were sacred geographies, which were the sources of all our rivers, all the 4 Char Dhams are the source of the Ganga, Gangotri, source of the Yamuna, Yamunotri, the source of the Mandakini, Kedarnath, the source of tributary to the Alaknanda, Badrinath. Because the Ganga is the lifeline for our civilization. And our wise people said, these must be turned into pilgrim centers. Pilgrim centers, you go with devotion. Pilgrim centers, you go as penance. People used to walk to these pilgrim centers. And for thousands of years, the forests were intact. The glaciers were fine. And then we thought, no, this is about consumerism. You know, what's a temple? It's just guzzle and come away. Fly by helicopter. Go in an 8-lane highway. And we've totally devastated our sacred spaces. So I've talked about the systems point of view, which I learned from quantum theory, but it's the women of Chipko who taught me when they carried lanterns to this forest in Advani. And they were laughed at. The police was there, the loggers were there. And they said, you stupid women, can't you see there's the sun out? Why are you carrying lanterns? They said, not for the sun, for you. Because you make the mistake that these forests are merely timber mines. The trees are just this much square foot of timber that you can extract and turn into profits. But these forests are our mothers. These forests are the source of our soil, water, and pure air. क्या है जंगल के उपकार, मिट्टी पानी और बयार, मिट्टी पानी और बयार जीना रहने के आधार. That this soil and water and oxygen is the basis of our life. So we won't let you cut these trees. And the real issue of this particular action was that the woman leading this protest was the wife of the chief who had the contract to cutting the trees. And she stood against her husband. He said, you're destroying our life, you're destroying our future, we won't let you. And Chipko then got a logging ban in 1981 because the government had to acknowledge that the real function of forests was conserving water and soil and not extraction of timber and extraction of profits. This idea of a mechanistic world versus a systems world is also a very important idea about women's empowerment. You know, I was trying to understand why is it the women of Chipko rise? Why is it that the women of Bhopal rise? Why is it the women in Narmada rise? Why? Why do women rise? And then I was asked to do a book called Staying Alive after my talk at the United Nations Women's Summit in Nairobi in 1985. And my publisher said, you got to write this connection between women and the environment. And that's how Staying Alive grew. And it's got a series of chapters, which were my own, trying to understand the world. So I have a chapter on how did we come to development? The old colonizers said, oh my God, these countries are becoming independent. How do we continue? From India during British colonialism. They said, how do we continue to extract? So they invented the word development. And World Bank and IMF were created to continue to extract interest payments from the South. The second thing, the second chapter is on science, gender, and environment. And because I'd studied quantum theory, I had no idea how the history of reductionist science had emerged. It's again very recent, it's just 1600s. Around the time East India Company is getting created is the time the Bacons are created. And the Bacon is basically saying, we've got to subjugate Mother Earth. I have to give birth to a masculine time. He called it the birth of masculine times, as if there was a way to get rid of the creative feminine, of Gaia, of Vasundhara, of Pachamama. But the illusion was there, and the illusion of conquest and taking over and creating private property is the reason we now are being told we got a decade more to change. We got a decade more before we can shift things away from fossil fuels industrialism. We got a decade more before we shift things away from extinction of species and the biodiversity crisis. My life has been dedicated now for 5 decades in how do you protect the biodiversity, which is what weaves the web of life, which is the system of living systems. And this weaving is in the soil through soil organisms. I noticed in the beginning, there was this idea that the only time you have communication and network is when you have information technologies. But the soil organisms, the mycorrhizal fungi, have more communication and neurological activity than all of the World Wide Web. Our gut, 100 trillion organisms, called the enteroneurological system. Our gut is being recognized as a neurological system. More density of communication and neurology than our brain upstairs. We are just starting to wake up to what the wise people knew, which is why India is the land of spirituality. Because through spirituality, they understood what today quantum theory and the emergent biology and ecology are all learning. It is a beautiful moment to be alive, because in this moment, each of us has a role to play to decide whether we will be on the side of fragmentation, destruction, mechanistic thought, greed, or we will be on the side of care and of sharing and regeneration. The systems view is what women have lived through. The systems view is where the future will be shaped. The mechanistic view was wrong when it was created because it caused massive violence against the earth and people. But it is even more wrong at this point of extinction. I think we can do better than the global patriarchs have done when we unite as one earth, one family, one humanity, with women leading the way of love and care and compassion and caring. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vandana. It was such a moving and a powerful speech. And I'm sure that the entire audience, they're like, just the chat box is like flying off with the amount of appreciation for the talk is really wonderful. And I specifically also picked up on one very interesting thing that you mentioned. You also talked about these women as ecologists when you decided that you wanted to learn with them. And this is something that I feel is so missing, that we have, somehow we think that science is not for women, but we intrinsically embody science in a way. And I think that has never been really defined. And there's always this thing about women are not being appreciated in science or not being promoted in science, but there's a whole set of women that understand science in a far deeper way that has not even been acknowledged. And the fact that you said that you wanted to study from them, that was just so beautiful. Just wanted to make a specific mention of that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhavani. Okay, now let's move to the paper presentations. We have a total of 5 papers to be presented in this session. Let me quickly call out the titles for your reference before I open the floor for the presentations. We have Alexandra Emma Rosa, Radhika Mohan, Bernard Atta Otto, and Angan Sen Gupta, Veena Suresh, Jyotsna R, in that order. I also have the honor here to introduce you to the brilliant panel of discussants for this presentation. As I remarked earlier, we have with us Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh, who's the Provost, Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation at Amrita, and also the UNESCO Chair for Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. Dr. Manisha is also the Dean for the Amrita School for Sustainable Development. Stanford University, one of the world's leading teaching and research institutions, has ranked Dr. Manisha amongst the global top 2% scientists in her field. Dr. Manisha heads the Live in Labs program, which focuses on the lab to field to lab approach of sustainable education coupled with societal empowerment. Her research work was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing real-time landslide warnings. I welcome Dr. Manisha to the esteemed panel of discussants. Next, we have Dr. Martha Miller. Dr. Miller specializes in women's leadership and cross-cultural communication. Formerly Associate Dean at Yale and UCLA's business schools, she has worked extensively with private and public sector organizations on programs for the advancement of women. She currently serves as a faculty director for women's leadership programs at the UCLA and the Brookings Institute. I welcome Dr. Martha Miller to the esteemed panel of discussants. Next, we have Dr. M.S. Krishnan, Faculty Director, Business plus Tech Initiative, C.K. Prahalad Initiative, and India Initiative. He is the Accenture Professor of Computer Information Systems and Professor of Technology and Operations at the Ross School of Business, University of Michigan. He is a celebrated author and has received the proud distinction of The Economist and the Business Week magazine for his book, The New Age of Innovation, Driving Co-Create Value with Global Networks, as one of the best books on innovation in 2008. I welcome Dr. M.S. Krishnan to the esteemed panel of discussants. Now, we shall commence with the paper presentations. The presentations are timed for 10 minutes each. I shall provide two reminders, one just before 2 minutes, just 2 minutes prior to the timeout, and one when the 10 minutes exhaust. I request all to kindly adhere to the time schedules. We have some really wonderful sessions ahead. Hence, please excuse me for the timely reminders. With that, I wish all the best to the presenters. May I invite the first presentation, Alexandra Amar Rosa, who will be presenting on actions for better gender insertion in integrated water resource management. Over to you, Alexandra.
Is me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Brazil. Good afternoon from India. My name is Vera Lúcia de Miranda Guarda. I'm from Brazil and I studied at France. Then I speak Portuguese and French, but I try to present the paper in English for you. Excuse me. This paper intitulated Actions for Better Gender Insertion in Integrated Water Resource Management is a part of Alexandra Rosa's dissertation master with the advice me and Dr. Kelly Alves from Ouro Preto University, with the collaboration the Share UNESCO, Water, Human and Development. Excuse me. Why water and gender? A razão, the role that women play in the community. Em razão, the water is the source of life and development and gender. And because women are half of the world's population. Why justify this paper?
Excuse me. I think the presentation is not in the presentation mode. So we are not seeing the slides changing.
I can help you with that. If you see the 80% mark below, to the left of it, there's a icon.
If you speak slow, I can understand.
Okay, let me try. If you see the 80% written below the screen,
you can see the diapositive.
We just can't see the slides moving, ma'am. That's the issue.
You can see?
Vera?
Oui.
Bonjour Vera, on peut pas. Est-ce que vous pouvez mettre en mode présentation?
What happened avec la présentation?
A présentation des slides. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous envoyer les slides?
But the presentation is here, no? Oh my God.
La présentation est là.
Oui. La présentation est là, non? I can continue?
Est-ce que vous pouvez mettre en mode présentation des slides?
Like this? And like this, in presentation.
Docteur Vera arrive à présenter les slides pour vous. Il va les présenter sur l'écran et il va les présenter pour tout le monde. Comme ça, on les verra défiler les unes après les autres.
D'accord. Vous allez présenter?
I think we can follow the slides. We can go on this way if she prefers it that way.
Yeah, I think please continue. Don't worry.
I think that because the distance, there is a difference and they slide and they speak.
C'est parfait, Docteur Vera, vous pouvez continuer.
Ma'am, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
It's okay?
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, bon, I continue. The paper is justified because the absence of disaggregated data on gender, international agreement and treaties, institutional framework that support the national water resource policy, because the women are most affected by water scarcity, because the women do not participate in decision-making process, because the importance of women's participation and the challenge to promote women's participation in water management. What is this objective? To know gender interactions, the perception employee and the counselor who make up the staff of institution responsible of water management in the city of Ouro Preto, Minas Gerais, Brazil, regarding the participation of women in decision-making process regarding water. You need to identify the socio-professional profiling, know perception of all person, and propose that enable the formation public in order to include the gender in the evaluation and encouraging the participation of women in this process. The participation and human, there is the aspect positive and negative. They are outside interest and the participation in the decision-making process. They are a minority in high decision-making position. There are cultural and historical differences in the roles of men and women. Women with excess of activities, productive, domestic, and community, then low participation and low commitment. They play a central role in water management and protection, greater sensibility to the environment cause, make decision, make space as more effective and democratic with the presence of the human. The legislation, the Brazilian legislation and the international meets encourage them, like Dublin Conference 92. Vai, que não vai mais. Ah. O que aconteceu? This method is a research bibliographic and documentary, analysis of chart, the organization and the constituent bodies, a field research, application of questionnaire, semi-structured interview observation, and data tabulation and analysis. This is the body that is and council started, SEMA, and the subcommittee on nascent, municipal council for the conservation and defense of environment, CODEMA. Here I can see Brazil, Ouro Preto. Ouro Preto is a historic village do século XVIII. Are implied 118 questionnaires, la representativeness 72 men and 46 women, then 48 consular and 17 workers. You can observe there is a majority of men. Here is an equality, but the men and the women varies alternate. In this semi, there is only in woman, but internal control advisory. The perception of the manager, do men and women participate equally in what decision? I have a lot of response. No, it reflects the cultural division of labor gender, or there is a structural prejudice in public space with the historical domination of men. How can I say? They recognize the majority of women in this space.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you have 2 more minutes. Thank you.
There are many difficulties in participating in meeting. Information, contract, and the hierarchy. The priority. Thank you.
Vera, you have two more minutes. 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can continue to speak. So basically, you still have 2 more minutes.
Ma'am, continue, please.
Can continue?
Yes.
Okay. There is many difficulty for women participating in the meetings, according to managed perceptions. Information, contrast, and the hierarchy, the priority of participation normally is for those who assume managerial position and the political interference. Personal issues such as lack of engagement, commitment, interest in information, existence of hierarchy, and the priority of participation of those who assume managerial position. Work along the work perception. Work is the person who works in a body, like semi, for example. In your workplace, do you have the same condition to assume decision-making position as men? 22 workers responded yes, but 38 no. Many difficulties for this: unavailability of time, lack of ambition, existence of education, mailing political for this position, the qualification, sexist culture in the public service and gender discrimination, lack of clear criteria of competency, the responsibility that the jobs need and the people don't have, and the need for political nomination. What the consular perceptions, what encouraging people in the community to attend meetings? Human environment damage causing social impact, need for conflict resolution, some interest in the agenda, men, and personal annoyance that needs to be resolved, issues that direct affect community, guarantee space and opportunity to speak. In the body, the human, because com a fellow community, com the interest when the necessity to discuss the actions. Men, discussion in the discussion the action for the local project when they are invited, and when they are the demand and the possibility with enough investment and the happy for the community. And when I the some melhoria for the community and for the preservation of the environment. Please. Then the articles come back some proposal because they needed to solution. Don't propose.
Vera,
Yes.
My apologies for the intervention. Sticking to the time schedule, may I please have your permission to move on to the next presentation? May I please invite Radhika Mohan, who will be presenting on the perception of community on women holding political offices, a socio-ecological
No problem.
systems.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vera. You cooperated a lot in spite of the communication gap. Really appreciate it.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Debashish. Good evening from Kashmir. I'll be presenting the topic, the perception of community on women holding political offices, a socio-ecological system perspective. Let me give you a brief background information about the study. In the year 2019, Kerala state in the southern tip of India witnessed thousands of women coming out in two different groups. The first group initiated the Ayaba Jyoti program, forming human chains and lighting traditional lamps across the state to preserve the rights of believers of Sabarimala shrine by restricting the entry of women of a certain age. This was followed by another human chain, Women Wall program supported by the ruling government to uphold the gender equality rights, claiming that women's restricted entry to the temple is gender discrimination. This political storm, women taking hold of the mass mobilization of the event, supported by the opposite ideologies, invited national and international attention, breaking of the general perception that women cannot make any social influence. This incident also reminded us that women can be strong and powerful political agents to bring gender balance in the community by their equal and active participation. However, after 6 months to this incident, the country faced parliamentary election. None of these women groups were represented or provided seats to contest from Kerala. In view of the surprising turn of events, two research objectives were framed from an inspiring question asked by our Chancellor, Srimata Amritantamai Devi. Right after witnessing the two women mass movements, Amma asked, did we achieve gender equality? How do you as a woman learn to socialize with people from all walks of life, and why are some not able to do? Thus, through this study, we aim to understand the perception of community regarding a woman being political representative and holding political office, to identify the socio-ecological factors that nurture social skills in a woman that help build capacity for political participation. Let's look into the background of the study, starting with the definition. Political participation is the involvement of individuals at various levels in the political system, while political empowerment is people's capacity to influence policy that impacts upon their lives. Why is women's political participation is important for a country? Because it promotes gender equality, decision-making in policy matters, and provides an overview of how women are treated in the society. If we elect more women into the office, that leads to broader societal benefits, better education outcomes, and lower corruption. And now, here are some recent demographics. According to the 2020 World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report, India ranked 51 in terms of political participation and declined 13.5% in the Political Empowerment Index. To improve women's political participation, the government of India introduced a gender quota at the grassroots level, which ensured at least 1/3 of the women representation at the local self-government. In the year 2010, the upper house of the Indian Parliament passed a women reservation bill, but it lapsed due to the blockage of various provincial governments on specific provisions of the bill. This qualitative exploratory study was conducted in 2019 with a purposive sampling of 20 voters from a village in Pathanamthitta district in Kerala. Participants included 10 men and women in the age group 18 to 67. A primary exploratory qualitative research design was chosen to capture a detailed account of the participants' perception, mentalities, and to map the influencing factors into the socio-ecological system. Content analysis involved both top-down and bottom-up methods. Braun-Fenn-Brenner's ecological system theory framework was used to identify and map the possible barriers and nurturing factors in the micro, meso, exo, macro, and chrono systems. Moving to the results, these are the demographic profile of the participants. 80% of the participants were married, nearly 60% are still employed, majority belong to the Hindu religion, around 70% opted not to disclose their political affiliation, and 80% chose the same option while discussing their involvement in the Women Wall and Ayaba Jyoti programs. Community perception of political representation of women. This study reveals that 65% of the participants are in favor of women entering into politics, while 35% expressed their concern over it. More than half of the participants were very positive about letting their daughters enter into active politics. Interestingly, men and women were equally divided in disfavoring their daughters entering into political life, which constitute 40% of the participants. The interviews revealed that 45% of the participants preferred men as their political representative, while 25% believed in women to run for a political office. The 30% did not have any gender preference. Participants had many supporting arguments in favor of women. According to them, women are more approachable and bring a positive energy with them. They naturally prioritize women's problems, and they are less corrupted and never get involved with the political murders. Socio-ecological factors that promote political participation. According to the participants, the individual system, age and abilities were enabling factors, while being a woman and associate physical and biological limitation acted as barriers. In the microsystem, family, school, peer group, and neighborhood were enablers. At the same time, family and neighborhood acted as barriers also. Mesosystem, which indicates the interaction between subcategories in the microsystem, shows interaction between family members, family and religious places, then school and peer group, where the former plays as a barrier too. In the exosystem, community structural mobility creates barriers, while the educational system acts as a strong enabler. Mass media and religious values place as both enabler and barrier. In the macro system, cultural pattern stands as a strong barrier, while political philosophies and social conditions are both enabler and barrier. The chrono system interact with the family, a subcategory in the microsystem. Participants believe that family support is required at every phase in a woman's life. And here's the system interaction depicted in the Kumu map. And moving to the other findings that include community perception of barriers for active participation of women in politics that are categorized into three: individual safety and security, and then barriers from family and community. Next, skill sets required for women's participation in politics as identify the community are categorized into two: awareness creation and certain individual characteristics. The role of men in politically empowering women. According to the participants, male members in the family play a huge role in supporting and empowering women. 60% agreed that father has a major influence on the daughter. 100% agree that in the next phase of their life, husband's understanding and support is crucial, along with support from other family members. Participants shared that men should have the following qualities in order to support the women in political aspiration, that includes sharing, liberal, being mature, being a guiding figure, empathetic, and well-cultured. Moving to the conclusion, in brief, the study indicates that community perception regarding women joining politics is favorable to women, and it is positive indication that community is moving towards gender equality. An analysis of socio-ecological system reveals various nurturing factors and barriers that decide women's chances of active social involvement, and the subcategories provide insight in identifying the core areas of capacity development in women. The recommendations include growing concerns over safety and security of women, especially recent reports about the cyber attacks targeting women, indicate urgency of strict law and order measures. The detailed skill sets suggested for women and men underline the significance of integrating social and emotional learning into the education system in the country, providing opportunities for higher education and promoting campus activism in schools and colleges can to an extent encourage more women leaders. The existing cultural influences and beliefs about women's rights and roles cannot be radically changed, but small efforts can bring gradual changes. For this purpose, awareness initiatives involving role models and visual media aids can be utilized. And finally, enabling continuous gender conversations at individual, family, and community level have the power to positively influence regressive perceptions and mentalities. This in turn helps in breaking the gender exclusive political policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Radhika, and thank you so much for keeping the time. Next, may I please call upon Bernard Atta Otu and Dr. Angan Sen Gupta presenting on the internal migration and feminization of labor amongst refugees, the post-pandemic role of refugees women in Adagom refugee settlement.
Hello, Devuchi, thank you.
Yes, Bernard, you have 10 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Can you present it full screen, please?
Yeah, okay.
Or if you want Hari to
No,
help
okay.
you, you can also tell us that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll be presenting on internal migration and feminization of labor among refugees. We see the post-pandemic role of refugee women in Adago refugee camp, that is in Nigeria. So my name is Bernard. I'll go ahead to the introduction. So for the past 10 to 15 years, there has been a growing number of refugees around the world. This growing number had been caused by conflict, persecution, violence, and in sometimes natural disasters in different places. UNCHR report that there are 86 million refugees as of 2021. This is a 2021 report. 60% of these refugees are in developing countries. And a lot of them that were displaced, the highest has been displaced from the Syrian war. And of course, you can see the population there. The bigger number there is from Venezuela because of the communal clashes. And then 26 of these are displaced refugees. Those are those that have gone outside their own country. 50.9% are refugees in their country that they were displaced internally from one place to another because of communal clashes. Then 41% left their country voluntarily to other countries, and they were seeking asylum because they could not go back to their country because of political instability and the rest of them. Now, the Cameroon situation. The Cameroon situation, the conflict started back in 2017 when a section of the Cameroon fraction is that there are two sections in Cameroon, the French-speaking Cameroon and the English-speaking Cameroon. The English-speaking Cameroon are the Anglophones, while the French-speaking are the Francophones. Now, if Anglophones said, we have a lot of the resources in the country, we're being marginalized, we're not being represented equally in the country, we don't have enough political powers like the French countries, and yet all the resources are from our place, but the government is in their region, from the government of present ruling government is from the French-speaking region. So they said they cannot continue to live under oppression in this way. So they want to break out. And there was a lot of dialogue and the thing did not work out. So in 2017 October, they finally declared that they want to separate from the Cameroon function. They call themselves Anglophone. So they declared independence in October, and the government in power said, no, you cannot break out. You must stay with us. And they said, okay, if you don't want us to go, we'll go. And then of course, this led to conflict, and the government forces came in and their own group, they rebelled, and they were kind of guerrilla war between them. So their war did not take place in the forest. The government brought their forces into their villages, but they could not withstand the government forces. So they had to move from their villages. And the nearest place was Nigeria, because they share boundary with southern Nigeria along the Atlantic Council. So they were forced to move to Nigeria. As of 2022, this report was made in December of 2021. They have 72,000 Cameroonian refugees spread in 5 states in Nigeria along the south, north, and northern part of Nigeria. That's where the boundary is. And here in Nigeria, they are settled in refugee camp, and they depend on government support and aid from the national government, from UN agencies and other individuals, goodwill individuals for their support. And of course, you know that this is not their country. They came with nothing. So their presence here is very, very small. I tell me they are invisible in the host country because they don't have much. So now the background of the study now. They came in 2017 and 2020, barely 2 years after their coming in, a pandemic came in. The WHO declared COVID-19 a global pandemic, which triggered fear among all the countries. Everybody started repatriating their citizens to their countries. US, all the embassies closed down. They only left some key people. The UN agencies that are specialized in managing refugees and migrants, IOM and UNHCR, suspended refugee activities in March 29 of 2021. That means there was no more development aid, there was no resettlement. Anybody that comes in as a refugee on your own, you don't have anything to do. They suspended all the activities, all the UNHCR and IOM office across the world were closed. Everybody went back to their country for the sake of the COVID-19. And within this period too, the World Bank had already declared Nigeria and some other states, 8 other countries in Africa, they termed them high risk. We fear that when the COVID comes in, the impact will be much. The cases will be very much. There is that when developing country, we don't have the health facilities that can match up with the impact of the COVID-19. And after that, the whole world, as we all know, they closed their borders. Nigeria also closed its borders. And without the UNCHR to coordinate migrants and refugees situation, they were left alone in their settlement. No more funds, no support. The small aid they were having from UNCHR stopped. Livelihood were lost. They became very vulnerable. And of course, a lot of families had to look for a way to survive in the midst of the coronavirus that was cutting across every race. It wasn't looking at whether you are a child or an adult or a rich man. It was affecting everybody. So they have to find a way to diversify themselves from whatever it is like they were doing, look for other alternatives. That was why we went into it. For this reason, we are looking at the perspective of what the family did to survive during the COVID-19. I tried to bring up this small diagram here, nested diagram. Yesterday, when Dr. Tari was speaking, he said, in a system, when one element is disturbed, the whole system stops functioning. Now, the world was in peace in the socio-economic environment. COVID came and then it struck. The UNCHR and IOM, the specialized agencies of the UN, pull out themselves. The national and the regional government, they could not do anything, they restricted. So the refugees community were left alone in the community. And the community will make up of households, and households will make up of individuals. And the individuals now had to fend for themselves without the normal support and pillar that was supporting them. I was just saying that's why I brought this diagram just for this bit of analysis. Now, I want to go back to this one. Now, we should not confuse the refugees and migrants. Migrants are those persons that might move on their own voluntarily or involuntarily. Now, a refugee is somebody that is moving out of fear of being persecuted for reason of being a member of a national group, membership, race, or political opinion outside, and the person has gone outside his country, and the person cannot go back. If he or she fears that if I go back, I'll be arrested, I'll be persecuted, I'll be jailed, I'll be killed, in whatever situation it would be. This was UN 1956 UN Convention Status of Refugee. Now, for the objective of the study now, we try to explore the gender role that individual members offer to their household during the COVID-19 and the post-pandemic era. Because while we tell me post-pandemic, the COVID situation was very high in 2020. In 2021, we had already left that high intensity of COVID. We were trying to manage our life, but the COVID was there. We're still outside the pandemic. We're out of the pandemic, but we're not out. So that's why we tell me post-pandemic. Now, the research question was, what role do female refugees take to support their household? Then
Bernard,
Bernard,
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to interrupt you. Last 2 minutes.
Just trying. Okay, this is the map of the location of the refugee camp and how the things like this is the signpost of the refugee camp. And then the method, what we did was, it was a qualitative method we chose. We employed questionnaires and FGD groups and personal interviews. We interviewed 28 households to get their opinion. And then what we did was, we were looking at households that had more than 5 persons. This enabled us to have maybe at least a perspective of, we'll have an adult and then teenage children that can take care of one role or the other when the head of the family is not around. So for example, what we found that during the COVID-19, yes, there was still war in Cameroon, but most of the refugees, because they did not have any source of livelihood and how to fend for themselves, and they are strangers in Nigeria, just barely 2 years, they were trying to go back into their country because they had farms, they had things, some persons that had not gone back. They went go back into their country to source for food for themselves, and then they struck them back into Nigeria. And then they were migrating internally from the refugee camp to villages around the settlement, maybe 200-300 kilometers. And what they were migrating for, they were going out to work in farms. And I also found that during this period, as parents were moving, there was a case of SMC mothers at home and children were left on their own. And of course, we also found that a lot of the women were engaged in labor this labor could be unpaid or paid. Unpaid is that they receive other kind of economic goods, maybe foodstuff in cash kind of returns for themselves. So for the discussion, now we're looking at during this as they traveled, they were able to diversify their livelihood to on-farm and then to off-farm. Then the women became from invisible to visible because as they go out, they're able to make economic returns and then become visible in their household. They had recognition from their husband, from family, and then okay, they had a thumb of okay, woman, you are trying, you're not more restricted to the role in your house. And then there were economic benefit from all this income, food stuff, the household, the family survive. And then of course, I just put a diagram there of the things they were getting for themselves. And here, the discussion I wanted to talk about why the mothers and the parents were going away. Their children were left for themselves to care for themselves and the children. I thought display a picture here on how it is like. I said the absence of the mother, but make it possible that their children they became a number of.
Bernard, thank you very much. Thank you indeed very much. And my apologies again. It is time that we move on to the next presentation. May I please invite Veena Suresh, presenting on women self-help groups, a social change agent for rural women in India. Over to you, Veena. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Devashish. Could you confirm whether my screen is visible?
Yes, only that if you can put your slides on full screen, it will be great. Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah. So my name is Veena, and a very good evening to one and all. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to present in the awesome conference. So over to my topic, Women Self-Help Group, a social change agent for rural women in India. So when we talk about self-help group, we all are very much enriched with the impact created by self-help group in last day's workshop. The Evidence Consortium group, they have already showed us how the self-help group are creating impact in the rural community and especially in developing countries. So SSG groups are considered as a powerful tool for women empowerment, and the partnership model adopted by SSG program offers a variety of opportunities for women. Like they are getting they are financially empowered, they are socially empowered, and like women started questioning the social norms that restrict them from empowerment. So it is from this term we thought, oh, if these are the changes that are happening with the help of SSG, then why can't we relate it to social change? So when you look at the definition of social change, it is a process in which the structure and function of a social system change. And this is innovation, religious institutions, urbanization, government policies, application of science and technology, all can contribute to social change. So we are interested in looking at how an SSG can create a social change in the community. So for that, we also looked at the social change aspects that was created by SSG, and it says SSG is considered as a social platform for women to discuss their problems. So in last day's discussion, we also had a discussion about women have that fear to approach police stations to share their concern or to share their problem. But in the case of SSG, they find it very comfortable to share their problem, to discuss it, and to find a solution. And SSG is building women's social capital within their community, and it ensures participation and it improves social network among the women. And it is also giving a better control over their income, increased decision-making power, and active participation in community groups. So it is from this we decided, okay, why can't SSG leaders act as an agent for social change in women's life? So for that, we have adopted the social change model in leadership development as a theoretical framework to examine the potential of SSG leaders to build social change in their community. So the core idea of this model is that the leadership is considered as a process or a journey that all members of a group has to go through. So it is not only the leaders, everyone who is involved in the group has to go through this leadership process and leadership development process. So, and that is what's happening in SSG. Like everybody are getting a chance to become a leader, and everybody is taking their own responsibilities. So the individuals must first discover and build a sense of self, and after which they must use that understanding to collaboratively build and create a positive change in the community. So this is the aspect that we are looking at in this particular study. So for that, we have adopted a descriptive as well as an exploratory research design, and the qualitative method was chosen as a technique for data gathering and analysis. And we investigate the variety of changes that happened in women's life after joining the SHG. So the interview covers different dimensions in life. What are the financial, how they have changed their financial aspect. What are the psychological changes that happened after joining the SHG? Then how about their social life? How their social life has transformed after being a part in SHG. So we have interviewed 80 women from Uttar Pradesh, and participants were selected based on primary socioeconomic data and SHG involvement criteria. So our main findings suggest that we have categorized our main findings into three based on the model, because this model examines leadership development from three different perspectives. So the first one is individual values, in which we are we are trying to understand, did the women have developed self-awareness? Are they become aware about their abilities? Are they become aware about their skills, capacities, and how are they performing in the SHG? So we found women became aware about the importance of saving, importance of education, and they realized that their education was affected, but they don't want to repeat the same to their children. So women feel more independent and become very happy and empowered in their personal life. So these are few few quotes from the women. So initially they were very scared and they lacked confidence to speak in front of the officers, because when they are part of SHG, they have to meet bank officers, they have to meet officers from Nambard. So initially they were very scared, but through the involvement in SHG, they have become very confident, and they don't have such fear to face such people. Then coming to the group values, they found that they are getting support to solve their personal as well as family problem, and they started redefining their family structure, because initially they were depending on the husbands to get some sort of income, or just to have some kind of shopping, or for a daily daily things, they are depending on the husbands. But now, since they are having the savings and since they are getting loans from the SHG, they become more independent, and they become the income generators, and they started taking decisions within their family. And they started collaborating with banks near their village for monetary transactions related to SHG, and understood the positive impact of working together and getting help from their team members. So initially, they were like, why during the initial SHG formation stage, they are thinking, why are we forming group? Is it going to benefit them? So they had a lot of the confusions during the initial stage of SHG formation, but now they have realized that coming together and working together is having a great impact in their life. Then moving to the community values, women started, they decided to eradicate harmful social habits, like getting married at very young age. They understood that their education is being affected because of that, and they have to drop from school. Even if they are interested in education, they are not able to attend schools because of this social norms. So they started speaking up against such social norms, and government services and private aid started coming to their household. So if they didn't get the subsidies that are allotted to them, they started advocating for such subsidies, and they able to build community toilets with the help of government programs, with the help of the programs from our institutions. So they are kind of building their community. So it is not only the individual life that was benefited, it is their family life as well as the community life that is benefited due to the involvement of community.
Veena, last 2 minutes, please.
Moving to the discussion. So when we look at the social change model, they talks about the three values as we discussed in the last slide: individual, group, and society. So under each values, they are saying like a leader has to develop core values under each criteria, so that the leader who possess this kind of values are going to create a positive change in the community. So when we compare this model with the findings that we got, we found SSG leaders could develop self-awareness. They become very consistent in saving, and they did a wonderful job in managing the entire functions of SSG. They started effectively manage their own life, their community life. So it proves that they automatically develop such values when they work with SSG. And they could also achieve collaboration and working together to achieve a common purpose, and politeness in case of disagreement. So how to handle the conflict. So all those were learned in the context of SSG. And finally, the leaders started involving in socially responsible initiatives like toilet building, cleaning water processing. So all those involvement have increased their social responsibility in their life. So as a conclusion, we says that SSG leaders can act as a powerful social change agent in the community, and in a way, the SSG can contribute to social transformation in rural community, in addition to government programs, religious institutions, urbanization, inventions, and technology. So I will conclude by saying a few limitations of our study. We have only collected women's perception regarding how their life has transformed. So there is also a possibility that we could also collect feedback from the other stakeholders. We can collect the perception of men about how the life of women have changed. We could collect the views of the other key stakeholders like NABARD, NRLM, government, NGOs that are working closely related with SSG. So those can be a recommendation for further research. So
thank you, Veena. Thank you very much. For the next presentation, may I please invite Jyotsna R presenting on the conceptualization of women's empowerment based on Twitter sentiment analysis, a systematic literature review. Jyotsna, your time of 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Good evening from Bangalore, India. So I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, can you just blow it up full screen?
Full screen. Okay, I hope this is screen is visible. Full screen. Okay, the research article titled "The Conceptualization of Women Empowerment Based on Twitter Sentiment Analysis: A Systematic Literature Review" is authored by myself, Jyotsna R, Dr. Rohini V, and Dr. Joy Polus, Department of Computer Science, Christ University, Bangalore. So the agenda is there is introduction, problem statement, literature review, method, results, and discussion. Sentiment analysis is also termed as emotion, artificial intelligence, or opinion mining, which deals with systematically analyzing the people's opinions, views, and attitudes on any subject matter. Facebook and Twitter are some of the most famous. Yes.
It is not in presentation mode. Could you move into presentation mode?
Yes. So here I think it is in presentation mode.
Jyotsna, maybe I can quickly help you. You see the 98% mark below the screen. To the left of it, there's an icon. If you click that, you can quickly go to the presentation mode. Or if it's too much trouble, may you please go ahead.
Okay. So here, so Twitter and Facebook, they are the famous social media networking sites, and by using the Twitter, we can perform the sentiment analysis. So enormous research is carried out on women empowerment connecting to system thinking using sentiment analysis. The problem statement is the objective of the research is to carry out a systematic literature review on women empowerment and system thinking in the field of Twitter sentiment analysis to analyze the recent developments in this particular field. So here, first literature review. The title is one the presentations. The title is given by It is Time to Operate Like a Woman, a corpus-based study of representation of women in STEM fields in social media. Women have been making a lot of contributions in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, medicine, etc. So this study is going to analyze the achievements of women by considering Twitter as the database, and natural language processing techniques are adopted, and the study can be extended by considering advanced deep learning techniques. The second literature review is about Startup Initiative Response Analysis Framework for Analyzing Startup Initiatives by considering Twitter. So here, a number of startups have taken initiatives to promote women empowerment. By using opinion mining and other statistical techniques, the authors have analyzed about the startup initiatives undertaken by several companies, and the government is also providing a lot of grants for promoting women empowerment. The third literature review is a psychological empowerment of women entrepreneurs, an ethnographic study on Twitter. So it was carried out in the year 2021 in order to analyze the dimensions of women's psychological empowerment. So basically they've considered the social media data. So hence it is called as an ethnographic study. And we can make use of the deep learning techniques in the computer science to carry out this particular analysis. That was identified as a common research gap in most of the articles. So the fourth literature review is Twitter as a tool for social movement, an analysis of feminist activism on social media. Here communities, here it is, we are going to explore how the Twitter can be a great tool for social movements. A number of social movements like #MeToo, and #Women in STEM, all these we can analyze. So here the method they have considered is thematic analysis, which is very popular in qualitative research. So here also deep learning techniques can be made use. This is about the fourth literature review. The method that was adopted to carry out the systematic literature review is the guidelines suggested by Barbara Kitchenham and Stuart Charters. So here there are 3 steps: planning the review, conducting, and reporting. And also 3 research questions were considered. The first research question is, can Twitter be considered as a powerful tool to promote women empowerment? Yes, the Twitter is one of the great microblogging site which can be considered as a powerful tool for women empowerment, because a lot of developments and achievements are made by women in the field, this one, science, technology, medicine, etc. All those is brought about by using this Twitter data set using sentiment analysis. The second research question states, can sentiment analysis using tweets be considered a useful method to analyze the feelings of general public on empowering women? Yes, by using a number of techniques in computer science like deep learning and machine learning, etc. We can consider the feminist movements like #MeToo, #YesAllWomen, Women in STEM. We can analyze all those by using the sentiment analysis. What are the most promising methods to carry out Twitter sentiment analysis is by using machine learning, deep learning techniques, or lexicon-based techniques.
If you might just pause, I will ask the technical team to upload your presentation because nobody can see the slides move. So if it's okay, let them upload your presentation and they will change the slides as you talk. If you don't mind, just give them a second. They'll swap and they'll put up your presentation. So you tell them which slide number to go to, and then you can say next slide, and then they will go to the next slide. Okay. So you're on slide, which number are you on right now?
Last, but 2 slides before. Now next slide also. Next slide. Next problem statement is over. Next literature. All the literature reviews are completed. The third, fourth, this is also completed. Next slide. Before this, okay. So before this also there is a slide, result slide. So we can consider that Twitter is a great social media microblogging site that will play a very important role for promoting the gender equality, which is a part of the Sustainable Development Goals, and for women empowerment and creating awareness about the achievements of women in several fields like science and technology. There are different social movements like #YesAllWomen and #MeToo, Women in STEM, etc. That is very powerful to promote women empowerment. So next slide. discussion is achievements of women have been recognized and it's appreciated across Twitter by using several hashtags. By using the analysis, sentiment analysis technique, we can understand all this, and the emotions behind the digital campaigns also we can understand. And some of the most popular methods to implement sentiment analysis is by using the machine learning, deep learning, or it can be a combination of machine learning and deep learning techniques, or hybrid and lexicon based models. That's it. Next, thank you all.
Thank you very much. We come to the end of the presentations. With that, my apologies for interrupting. I have a tough task to keep the time. May I please invite the discussants for their review. We'll have a total of 18 minutes, which will roughly translate to 6 minutes each. May I please start with Dr. Mokshamrita, followed by Dr. Krishnan, and then followed by Dr. Manisha.
Certainly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, first, I want to say a quick heartfelt congratulations to all of the awesome conference team. I have thoroughly enjoyed the conference to this point. I think it's fantastic. So thank you very much. And it's an honor to be a discussant for this panel. I was trying to think about, we were asked to think about best practices as portrayed by the articles that we got to read, and also our vision for the future, what we think the way forward is. And I would have to say that after many decades of trying to generate change of a variety of sorts, I have seen things fail and I have seen things succeed, and still hanging in there with the effort. And I think bottom line for me is I concur with what Friedhof Capra said in his introductory comments about the way to sustain life is to build and sustain communities. And I feel like all of you are creating yet another powerful community for focusing on these issues. And I'm really grateful that I got to be on the particular panel I was on, because I think there is no better example that I know of of building communities and creating action for change than your chancellor. And so watching what has happened in that environment, and one of the principles there is to start where you are planted, affecting what you can affect. And I think that each of the researchers that we got to hear from today have done a fabulous job of finding socially important foci for their work. And I feel exemplified best practices in applying systems thinking and the approach of trying to be able to analyze what's going on and figure out where the leverage is for change. So just quickly, some of the, as Deepa Narayan said, to get at complexity, use participatory interviews. 4 of the papers did so. The 5th introduced a new technology. And I just want to briefly highlight what I thought some of the best practices were, which were clearly visible in the papers. For water management, the diagram of illustrating how water-seeking behavior, which was falling on the women, led to decreased schooling and increased sexual violence against women. So mapping that system out, it seemed to me, could become a powerful way of engaging stakeholders in trying to change that picture. Radhika on entering politics, the application of the authors of the socio-ecological perspective was impressive, great analysis. And it was indeed heartening that 65% of the participants were in favor of women being involved in politics. So that's great. It was surprising to me that the 35% remainder were in essence protecting women. That is, they feared that they might become the targets of negative behavior if they went into politics. So interesting issues there. The refugee camp for me was a great delineation of what the dynamics were and some of the concrete suggestions of bringing non-gendered work opportunities into the camp as being one way out of the conundrum. I also wondered if it could be possible to create community within the camp to provide some childcare, given that the women were having to go out to generate food. The self-help groups are amazing in terms of their intervention in the economic system and self-esteem. So fabulous work there about building community, powerful changes. And finally, the Twitter sentiment study, I think, is a great exploration of using the social media tool to figure out what's going on and potentially also to generate change, as they were saying. Some of the examples where CEOs, women CEOs were using it to influence ideology. It seems an important possible new tool. And I'm sorry, but that is that's my time. So I don't want to go over. And thank you so much. I'm very grateful to have gotten to be on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mata. Indeed, such a fabulous summary of the amazing discussions we had. Dr. Krishnan, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Devadish, and please do let me know if my time is up, because we professors sometimes we start talking and keep talking. So, first of all, I'd like to express my deep gratitude and thanks to Bhavani for inviting me to be part of this, and it has been a great learning experience for me, since yesterday, because first of all, I want to comment on just the quality of the research methods. I've been so impressed with in terms of the various methodologies, from randomized field trials to empirical studies, qualitative studies, DEA analysis. The way the research methodologies have been adopted has been really impressive. That actually tells the rigor and the strength of the conference. Okay, and so it's been great. Now, also, it's been inspiring to listen to some of these keynote speakers in terms of, it's kind of so inspiring and humbling for us in terms of where they come from, multiple backgrounds, because this is not my area of specialization, but I learned immensely a lot. Thank you very much for that opportunity. Following the guidance given, I thought, first of all, thank you for the paper presenters in our session. It's difficult to do justice in terms of giving feedback in each paper within this time. So I want to just recognize the diversity of the topics of each of the papers brought in. And here are my observations broadly from the conference and also the sessions. As we saw in the papers, even in this session, first of all, I think what we see is that, women's empowerment as a topic, as a challenge, as a problem, as an opportunity, really means different things at different levels of society, right? We've seen from the women's empowerment issues from an SHG group in a rural developing country context to political involvement to using Twitter as a platform. So it ranges, and hence we need to have different approaches in terms of the kind of problems that we're trying to solve, because the context is going to define what the challenge is. Okay, I think we also learned, just observing across these papers and also the keynote talks yesterday and today. Okay, and it actually it again. It means different at different levels of society in terms of what does it mean. When I say they need to be prepared, I think we need to be aware of that and what that really means in the context of the different layers of society. Just like we talked about I mentioned about how the problem is different. So that particular question also we need to kind of, it could mean, building awareness, just lack of awareness. As one of our last paper talked about the SHG group where, I think it is Veena, you actually talked about they getting the courage to get out of the house. That's an empowerment issue at that level, right? And getting involved in a political system is a different issue, right? Which you saw in Radhika's paper. So we need to understand that in terms of this heterogeneity of what that awareness really mean, and then we need to bring that in. And it could be education, it could be building the comfort level that we saw in one of the keynote speakers yesterday. And so we need to kind of look at what the remedy is, what the solution should be, depending upon exactly what the problem is. And I think Other piece I also saw is that, I mean, I did, got really inspired by a keynote speaker today. But I'll come back from, in terms of completely agree with our view of the world of how the mechanistic and reductionist view of the world is kind of going contrary to traditional systems thinking, which is kind of, that's how we're all born with, okay? At the same time, I also see that there is an opportunity in terms of women's empowerment challenge of the current society we are in. In my background, coming from a technology background, I think digital technology is defining the way we live, whether it is business or society, right? I think there is an opportunity for us to bring women more into this system, right? In terms of building their awareness about digital technologies, teaching the digital literacy. I think yesterday one of the speakers talked about, I think Charu Sinha mentioned about this, because we have to, and that again means different things at different levels, right? Whether it is women in tech leadership, we talk about this in the developed world a lot of times, but it is also on the other extreme, just getting them on board how to use a cell phone, how to be connected to the financial system. Those, I mean, again, that ranges in terms of we need to understand that. I think there is a huge opportunity there because what I observed was we have a lot of papers presented in terms of, we have a good number of papers, pure academic, very well done research, right? But still, we are looking at the cause and effect, right? We're looking at cause and effect, what exactly is causing. But I think when you go to the grassroots level, we also need to help them. There are a lot of hand-holding that is required. With a little bit of experience I had in this field, with one of the NGOs, the Srinivasan Services Trust, that you'll hear tomorrow in one of the sessions. What we've learned that is, forming an SHG is great, but then you have to go, there has to be a role played about hand-holding them and taking them to the market, taking them, of course, getting them involved in the society to, do things for the society is great, but also how do you bring them into a capitalist market system? Because going back to our keynote speaker, Dr. Vandana Shiva today, right, that approach of systems thinking, an approach of using materials made out of natural resources. That's what the rural women are so good in making. Can we create a market for them outside, right? I mean, you will hear from the chairman of, the CEO of SST tomorrow, that in terms of how they have created a platform so that these women have an opportunity to the external market, not only for their benefit, but for the benefit of the broader world as well, the broader market as well, so that, we are not using plastic buckets. We are actually using, kind of bags made of banana fibers or things like that, right? So this will actually contribute more to the system's way of view, what we have been discussing here. Now, another approach, what do we do from going from here? I also had another reflection about this conference itself is a great experiment because I see this as a more like a systems thinking approach. We have, if you look at the speakers and the papers, we have academicians who are doing academic research on this topic. We have some practitioners, we have policymakers. I was just thinking going forward, how do we use this platform to be more action, learning, and experimentation? In the sense, if you take the best practices, what we learned from some of these papers, some of these findings, and then fuel that into some of the practitioners and NGOs that are actually part of this ecosystem now, and then get them to reflect upon what will they take away, and then come back next year to reflect upon what did they experiment based on the learnings and what did we learn further from that. I think there is an evolution process that is possible. So I'll actually stop there. Maybe I might have extended my time. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnan. You're spot on time. In fact, exactly.
Okay, thanks.
You did better than my clock. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful inputs from you. May I please invite Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh. Dr. Manisha, can you please go ahead?
Thank you, everybody. I'm very happy to be with the esteemed panel members. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes,
thank you to the awesome conference organizers. And it's indeed a very great opportunity for us to listen to each and every presentation which has gone through. And I know Bhavani and team are always, geared towards working for the women empowerment under the leadership of Amma, our Chancellor. So there are a lot of inputs which are coming through this, and I think it will help also the society to take forward. With this, maybe I will move on to what I felt during the presentations. I may not be very aligned with the points you may have said it, but I will just capture some of the points which was very interesting for me as I heard the presentation, which can be explored further also. In the first presentation, what I was looking into the integrated water resource management aspect, where they had told in summary that women played a supportive role and the decisions were majorly were kept as the responsible for the men. This we see most of the time in the society, and this is one of the area where we think that we need to have a deeper look into it, how our local constraints, how our social practices, our traditions are keeping us to do this way. And this is the place where we also need to bring in the empowerment aspects of how we move them from the supportive role to the decision maker role. And in the second presentation, I had seen also where in Radhika's, where she was talking about not disclosing was one of the large percentage in one of the surveys which she has told. This also we had seen in the women, even in the general, like maybe in the classrooms also, you can say that women tend to have, the ideas what they want to say, but they won't disclose because in the structure they have been trained like that. So this is one problem where when they have great ideas, if you have to bring out that and if you have to experiment, you have to come up with strategies and interventions and making them equipped to disclose things. So that is one of the study area which I would think that the teams could take over. I'm very happy to see that, there are more than 55% of people were willing to allow their daughters to take up the political thing. So there, what I can see that this major difference I have seen when I go in the community, they may not be happy in their wife taking up, but they are happy in that their daughter take up that position. Even though both of them are women, they treat differently. And I am happy to see this in the stats also. I don't know why it is like that. I had seen in my interaction in the community the same thing. Maybe that is a very interesting topic to look into also. And major thing also, she was talking about the barriers which was there, and also what I feel is that these barriers also varies with respect to the location and the social context. A little more deeper. I know she is in the initial stages of her research, or the next PhD student, when we bring in the local context, especially when the different countries and the different states comes in, those local contexts will bring out a lot more barriers and why they are different in each of those things and how our empowerment techniques or interventions has to vary. From Bernard's side, it was very interesting to see the migration aspect and the refugee aspect. And I was looking at with respect to the internal migration and the absenteeism of mothers or parents when they have the migration. This is a very prevalent, whether there is migration or not. If you go to the tribal communities, when they have lost their traditional skill set, they lost the job opportunity using their traditional skill set. They have to go for the daily wages and they have to roam around searching for their daily wages. In that trade, also I have seen this absenteeism of mother or parents are basically impacting in the society in a very large manner. A huge impact is coming up. And in our empowerment, it is very important how we balance these two aspects of the livelihood and also giving time for the children. So this becomes always a challenge, whether you are from the urban community or a rural community. Especially mothers have this dilemma of where do I have to stand and how do I take forward. And with respect to Veena Suresh on women self-help group, very interesting discussion on the self-help group and talking about the SSG. One of the interesting factors which I wanted to also Veena to look into was when she was talking about the different capabilities the SSG have brought in the community members. I was thinking even like, if she can make it something like a matrix of what are the different characteristic or behavioral changes it could bring in. And thus, is there a variation between community to community? Because there are SSD groups, when they vary in community, there will be changes. So, like something like, how much interventions you had to take to bring in the leadership quality or engagement or the participation aspects to be brought in different communities. And also, how those social transformation has happened, who selected. This is the area where we have to bring in the social transformation, because she has told that in the community base, there is a social transformation. And for me, it is interesting to know that if there is a group, how did they decide that, okay, this is what is the challenge we want to change in the community? Who took that? When it is all the women there who does not want to disclose, who does not want to, talk openly, who is actually selecting that particular topic? That was another thing. With respect to Jyotsna, naturally I can connect it more because of the technology background coming in with the Twitter and those aspects. But what I feel is like today, if you look at the rural population, I think the people who are using Twitter may be very less. So whether we are coming up with the right answers with respect to the empowerment of the women in a rural perspective, I may doubt there. But when we look into also with respect to the digital perspectives in the Twitter, there are especially, there are a lot of words, smileys and other things which also convey the sentiments. So how do you handle those situations of handling each of those things also has to be brought into your study, because we work in the area of disaster management where we analyze the Twitter messages to capture the early warning signals. So how each of those things, and specifically when you do in India, it is a multi-language country. And so you have such a big problem where you will have this half of Hindi, half of English, half of Malayalam will come in same sentence. And how do you actually your computer will understand that and bring out that sentiment from that? So it has a lot of challenges, but even the one approach if you take there itself, you have a lot more to do in person. I hope I did a justice in what I am supposed to talk. I don't know. Sorry if I have not done properly. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha. I'm sure you'd be monitoring the chats and the immense intellectual queries, discussions, and the love that is flooding there will surely overwhelm you. And thank you, everybody. Before ending, I would also like to seek apologies for the technical gaps that you are experiencing. We are extremely grateful for the super inspiring and intellectually stimulating discussion. It is indeed an honor to have such a decorated panel of discussants. I'm sure the points raised will go a long way in addressing the challenges for women's empowerment through a systems model expansion. I would once again like to thank our esteemed discussants, Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh, Dr. Martha Miller, and Dr. M.S. Krishnan. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Next, we have, in keeping up with the systems thinking theme, we have scheduled a 20-minute mindfulness meditation session in the awesome conference agenda. We know that when dealing with complexities, systems thinking asks us to see the whole and all of its parts, and that whatever we see is colored by our mental models. Mindfulness and meditation practices support holistic thinking and can help us to imbibe systems thinking in our daily lives. So we have built in a mindfulness and meditation session for the 3 days of the conference during these breaks. Hope you had a great time yesterday. We think you find that these sessions refreshing and rejuvenating, and we encourage you to attend them. I wish to invite now Brahmachari Mokshamrita ji, whom you're already familiar with now from an earlier session on day 1. Over to you, Swamiji.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, perfect.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Debashish. Let me start with a prayer. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May we all be protected. May we all be nourished. May we work together with great energy. May our intellects be sharpened, and let there be no animosity amongst us. Om, peace, peace, peace. I would request the technical team to make sure that they have put me on the spotlight. I don't think I am in the spotlight. I don't see myself in the spotlight right now in the Zoom. Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. And I would also request, like I requested yesterday, if some people can keep their videos on, that will be really, really helpful for me to say what I have to say in 20 minutes. Thank you so much. My humble salutations once again to all of you, the organizers, the guests, the speakers, and all the attendees of this conference. Once again, happy to be part of this awesome conference, awesome people in this conference also. I'm told 20 minutes only for today, so I don't want to go overboard. So we'll start immediately with what I wanted to do. I had to cut down on some things because of the time constraint. But anyway, let us start. So to begin with, I would like all of you to keep both of your hands together like this, both of your palms, and then rub them gently. Rub them gently. Feel what is happening in your palms. Feel the vibrations in your palms. And then, just like you wash your face with the soap, apply your palms on your face in the round motions, circular motions, round and round on your face. Keep your eyes closed. Feel the vibrations in your palms and in your face. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed and shake your both hands gently. Then increase the speed and make it more vigorous. Keep shaking your hands and then relax. Keep your eyes closed. Feel the vibrations in your face, in your hands. Be aware of those vibrations. Be aware of the relaxation that you feel. Gently open your eyes. So now we will breathe as deeply as we can. And then when you exhale, you do it as if you are blowing a balloon. Like that. Okay. So inhale as deep as you can. And then blow. Make sure you're not blowing at somebody's face. Once again, breathe in deeply and blow. Once again, keep your eyes closed and blow. One more last time. Very good. I had requested all of you to keep a glass of water with you. I hope all of you have it. The glass of water filled up to the brim. If you don't have it, it's fine. But if you have it, take the glass of water in your hands. It could be a cup of water or whatever. Coffee is also fine. Take the cup of water in your hands. Take another hand also. Keep both hands in front of you. One having the cup and another hand. Stretch your arms. And then as you breathe in, raise both of your hands up fully. Just make sure you don't spill the cup. You don't spill the water or whatever you have in your cup as you breathe in. And as you breathe out, bring both things down. Thank you. I can see Dr. Mitra, Dr. Krishnan, Debashish, Gayatri, everybody doing it. That's good. Again, breathe in. Make sure you don't spill the water or the coffee, whatever you have in the cup. Very, very slowly as you breathe in, close your eyes. And then as you exhale, bring your hands down. Now, the most important part here is make sure your body, mind, and breath all are integrated. You should not be thinking about anything else right now. Just think about your arms, the feelings in your arms, the feelings in your shoulders, the feelings in your palms, the cup that you are holding. And then as you exhale, feel as you breathing out and bringing your hands down. So there is a complete integration of your body, mind, and breath. Again, breathe in, lift both of your hands up. Make sure you don't spill the water or the coffee or the tea. And then as you breathe out, slowly bring it down. Relax. In the interest of time, I'm not taking it for longer time. The duration is very small, but I just want to mention, when we do these practices, when I take a week-long session on mindfulness, these are very, very strong practices. And once we start doing them, it really makes us understand the patterns that we are stuck into in our day-to-day life. Yesterday we did some things, and Dr. Mitra and I think Anushri also gave their feedback. If you remember yesterday, we were listening to that sounds, and you gave me your feedback. I think Dr. Krishnan also wanted to say something, but in the interest of time, I could not hear what he had to say. Maybe Dr. Krishnan, you want to quickly say what you wanted to say yesterday, and then I'll take it from there.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I think the point I wanted to make, when you were asking, what did you feel? I mean, I was at some point, it is music, it is rhythmic. And then you could also at some point feel that you're almost kind of going into a path, right? Somewhere deeper. So that is the kind of feeling I was getting. So just.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Mitra had made a point about associations. She said, when I was hearing those sounds, it was reminding me of something that I had experienced in the past. Now, in mindfulness, we have these two terms which are very important to understand. One is informational associations, and then there are emotional associations. So whatever sense inputs we are getting in our day-to-day life, we all have 5 senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. So whatever senses we are using to get the input from the external world, when it gets clouded or colored by the emotional associations, that is where things start going wrong. It is okay to have informational associations, but because it will help you in clear decision-making process. But emotional associations is where you have to be very, very careful. And I also want to clarify one point I mentioned yesterday. I said that real empowerment means mastering your mind. Please do not misunderstand it to mean that I meant to say that everything is in mind, and hence if something is, or someone is being ill-treated, or if someone is being suppressed by another person, then nothing needs to be done because everything is in the mind. No, that is not what I mean. See, we must understand that thought is the seed of every action. Without thought, there is no action. So to be empowered in our actions, the first level empowerment needs to be at the level of the thought. That is why I said empowerment starts at mastering your mind. And this then expresses itself as the right action. No right action is possible without the right thought. Only a clear thought process can lead to a clear decision-making process. I hope it is clear. And by the way, I'm also one of the national coordinators for IYUD, which is the youth wing of Amma's Ashram, and is spread across the globe. And a few months back, we had invited 9 amazing women to talk about women empowerment as on one of our YouTube channels, to just give voice to the thoughts and opinions of these women. And these were the women who have been touched by Amma directly in their lives. And if you are interested to hear these talks, you may please visit this link. I'm putting it on the chat right now. And this is our YouTube channel. In fact, Dr. Bhavani, Dr. Manisha, and even Srimati Sundari Nanda were one of the 3 speakers who were among these 9 women. Anyway, coming back to our exercises for the mindfulness exercise for today. Now, next thing which I am going to do is, which all of us will do is, listen to one audio. And I want you to listen to this audio with your eyes closed. Now, challenge is this. Yesterday was a different kind of thing. So today, when you listen to this audio, your challenge is, or your goal is, to focus your mind on the sound of the flute. Sound of the flute. You may hear other sounds, but as much as possible, try to focus on the sound of the flute. So I'm going to play that now, and I hope you can hear it. If somebody can just raise their hand just to give me a signal that you can actually hear it. I'm going to play it now. All right.
Swamiji, are we still playing the audio? Thank you.
All right. So the idea behind these kind of exercises is basically to allow us to be aware of what is happening around us and at the same time focus on what we need to focus. Actually, in the weekday, in the week-long workshops that we do, we make it even more interesting and more difficult. We did something on the screen I showed you yesterday with those balls moving around just to distract you and focus on a particular ball. So we combine a lot of these levels together. So they have to do that as well as they have to do the breathing part with the arms up, and then they have to listen to this. So a lot of mix and match we do, and it's really interesting. And then we give them certain points based on how they are doing. But in the interest of time, I won't go into that right now. So the next thing which we are going to do today is a small pattern breaking exercise. If you can just keep both of your hands in front of you and show your thumbs. Right. Now in one of the hands, say your left hand, you do a victory symbol. Victory symbol on the left hand and the thumb symbol on the right side. And then interchange. Interchange. Thumb and victory, victory and thumb, right? So once again, thumb and victory, victory and thumb. Interchange. Once again, thumb and victory, victory and thumb, right? Do it a little more faster. Thumb and victory, victory and thumb. 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 Thumb and victory, victory. Thumb and victory, victory and thumb. Thumb and victory, victory and thumb. Thumb and victory, victory and thumb. Thumb and victory. So you will see when you do it a little faster, the things start going haywire, right? And this helps you to understand how your body muscles also have been used to a certain pattern of functioning. So in yoga, in deeper science of yoga, mind is not something that is in a certain place in a body. It is in fact spread throughout the body. So not only your mental memory or the memory you see in your brain, but even the memory in each and every part of your body is important. And that is what we work on to make sure that one is able to break free from these patterns. This is what Kung Fu masters and Shaolin masters use in their training also. Very, very deep trainings. It might look like some sort of a funny exercise, but these trainings are very, very important, and they go a long run in training our mind. Okay. Now, I had given a homework yesterday. I hope some of you did it. I don't have time to ask each of you. If you have not done, please remember to do that homework, standing in front of the mirror, closing your bathroom, and just laughing without any reason for at least 1 minute. Okay, good. Now, we will do one more thing. I don't know how many of you have brought a piece of fruit with you, which I had asked you. I have only 2 or 3 minutes, so let me not waste time on that, but I will give you homework for today. I'll give you homework for today. Today, when you sit on your dinner table, when you have your food, every morsel of food that you put in your mouth, I want you to stop talking. Don't talk at that time. I want you to just put that morsel of food in your mouth and chew it at least 15 to 20 times, at least, and enjoy the taste of each and every bite that you are putting into that, right? I want you to just relax. You don't have to necessarily close your eyes, but don't talk, and feel each and every chew that you're biting on it and the juices coming out of it, and completely enjoy that eating process. And tell me tomorrow, what is the effect of that? I hope you will tell me that. That's a homework for you. Okay. I know on your dinner table, you might look quite weird today, and people might ask you, what are you doing? So tell them, just give me 5 minutes or 6 minutes or 10 minutes, and I'll get back to you and we'll start talking in the normal way, right? Okay. So before we end today's session, I want everybody to just close their eyes and let us pray together for those who are suffering in Ukraine, in Russians also, whosoever is getting involved in this war and suffering people. Let us send out then some positive vibrations, some prayers. Let us really, really deeply pray for them from the bottom of our heart. Just 1 minute of silence. You can open your eyes now. For tomorrow, what I'm thinking is that we will do a very, very special short meditation tomorrow, Ma Om meditation, which is Amma's meditation. And we will also do some exciting few more exercises of mindfulness. Hopefully, I will have half an hour tomorrow. And if you do the homework which I asked you today to do on the dinner table, I think something interesting will come out of it, I hope. So I hope you enjoyed today's session. Thank you once again for inviting me. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Welcome to the final session of today. We had a very rich day already, and I'm actually sort of a bit flabbergasted because I think we're even a few minutes ahead in the end. This is better than a Swiss clock, so congratulations for that. It's always very challenging to keep time because you want to keep the dynamics, the discussion while staying within the time frame, giving the wealth, the variety of speakers that the team was able to mobilize. So congratulations for that, both in terms of keeping the time, but foremost for the richness of this amazing event. This morning, my time was very stimulating. So my name is Joost Monks. Greetings from Geneva in Switzerland. I'm very pleased to moderate this final part of today. We will have a similar setup as this morning with 2 workshops and 1 fireside chat, as we call it. And I think they will be projected, if I'm not mistaken, Harry. There is 2 slides. So this is the program for this afternoon. In addition, we have some extra, which I will announce a bit later. So the main room, same setup, technical, and we'll remind that again. Stay where you are right now. You'll be in the main room. A fireside chat with Tatiana Fraser and Rachel Sina, talking about a feminist approach towards women empowerment. Then we have 2 breakout rooms. One with our friend Sriram, who will moderate a session by the team of Helen, talking about game-based approaches towards women empowerment, very interesting. And in room 2, I will have the privilege of moderating a dialogue for capacity building, an ITM workshop. And I'm very curious myself about that workshop that is being, I have a number of papers, sorry, I'm moving around in my paper here, a bit old-fashioned, with the moderation also, and particularly the input from the team of Dr. Depti, looking at a Bohemian approach and a Bohemian dialogue around this important topic. But before we go there, I wanted to actually also thank Swamiji for the very inspiring, even if it was very short session. And I'm very pleased also that you mentioned Ayud. Some of you may know Ayud. Ayud is a worldwide movement by now. I mean, we have very strong sections in Europe, in America, and India, and they do really amazing work. So I invite you to discover their work, or even invite your children also to discover it, because it's a very stimulating, great young team of young people. And I also want to thank him for reminding us yesterday, as he said it, to mind the mind. It's a very important thing. And, you know, just reminding yourself to mind your mind is a very powerful tool. And I think, and Swamiji said it, it is a tool towards empowerment in the end. And it's a tool, it's an approach we basically need to develop a systemic view, a systems view. If we can't go beyond our sort of mind, we'll never be able to see the broader context of things. So thank you for reminding us, and also bringing in this element into this conference. So as said, we will break out in 3 rooms now. Harry, would you kindly put up the slide for the technical reminder? So that's the topics. Main room, you stay here. You will be with Tatiana and Rachel under the moderation of Maya, for whom we're very thankful. You go to room 1, that will be with Sriram, game-based workshop, and in room 2, you will meet with the amazing team of Dr. Dipti under my moderation. Technically, is that the next slide, Harry? Again, like tomorrow, so you can choose under your toolbar, at the bottom of your page, it says dividing groups. You click on that, and you can join any of the groups. And you can actually also move between groups. This is what I did this morning, actually, if you want to catch some of the discussions as they go on. Again, there is an automatic sort of functionality built in that is by the end of the time, and that will be at 9 o'clock or briefly before 9 o'clock, your time, EST time. We'll all convene together again in the main room, and I will have the great honor and pleasure to introduce Mrs. Shahal, sorry for the pronunciation. She's the founder of Shiros, and she has a very interesting story to share with us to conclude our day, our very inspiring day today, around 9 o'clock sharp on time. If everything works. No, sorry, 9:30 sharp on time EST, if everything works according to plan. So that being said, I invite you to join your groups, where I will meet you in just a few seconds.
Just a quick interruption here before people move. There is actually the name of the rooms is looking different in the breakout rooms because that was based on the earlier session. So just to make sure that room number 1 and room number 2, like what they refer to in terms of our session, because it's still saying, the names of the old two breakout sessions. So we just need to tell the people about that. They already moved there.
So I will be in room 2, which is marked now as Helen Sanson, and Sriram will be in room 1, which is marked now as GIS workshop. Is that clear? Yeah? So actually I will move there right now.
Maybe Hari, you can change the breakout room names in the meantime.
Let me see.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to let people know that we have to give Tatiana and Rachel a couple of minutes because we've also kind of started early. They will be joining us in just a bit. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, just 1 minute. Thank you. So Harry, can we join the rooms now?
Excuse me, so I can't see the joining option in the breakout room.
I don't think it's functional yet. I think, Harry, are we still setting this up? I still see room 1 and see room 2, but not the option to join yet. Do you need a minute to do that? Please let me know. Oh, they're closing. Sorry, and then probably there will be a new one opening up. I see here now. Okay, so now you can join. I know. Thanks for your patience. I mean, technique is always.
I'm seeing the option actually come and go to join the room.
Just, could you please put again maybe the slide on the different options for the breakout rooms so that people who are just joining now can see which one they need to go into?
See 43 people in room 1 and 25 in room 2 and about.
Maya,
yeah.
Dipti, we're still not able to see the join option for the room 2.
Okay.
Now, I think we have to wait for until the breakout will close. I don't know, like after they close, I think we can join. I don't know why he's timing it. Harry, why are you timing it? Just allow people to join if they want.
It's not me.
Sorry, technical issues.
Sorry, everybody. So I think what Hari was saying is that somebody else is actually operating this, and we are trying to identify who is doing that, because Hari cannot take over whoever has started the breakout rules. So we're trying to figure it out. But we now have our guests for the main room, which is awesome.
Yes, happy to see you both. And could we also unmute Tatiana and Rachel for the rest of the session? Thank you. And let me know if I can begin. Yeah.
I think now I got an invitation to join my room. So is it functional? Must be.
Yeah, it's functional.
Okay, thank you so much.
Now.
Let me just see.
Great. So welcome again to the second and last fireside chat of the day. We are in the second day, day 2 of the awesome conference. Again, I would like to start with a backstory like I did for the previous one. So in 2019, to celebrate International Women's Day, the UNDP created a digital campaign called The Future is Female. The campaign was about sharing stories of how women's ideas are transforming our world. My second guests for today are yet again a couple of powerhouse sisters that I've had the privilege of also working closely with, Rachel Sinha and Tatiana Fraser. And I'm going to be in conversation with them to learn more about feminist systems change, practice, and strategy. Thank you, Rachel and Tatiana, for joining me. It's been a while, and I am loving it that we are able to share screen again. So I would just like to welcome you on behalf of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Amachi Labs, and Systems Innovation Mumbai Hub. And yeah, if you could just start off with telling us where you're joining us from and how you're feeling today.
Big namaste from me. Really lovely to meet you all. As you see, my surname is Indian, and I'm fully part of an Indian family, so it's really lovely to be here with you today. I'm very excited. I'm joining you. I'm from the UK originally, but I'm joining you from St. Louis in Missouri, the unceded territory of the Illini people in the US.
Great.
And I'm feeling good. I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome.
Hi. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. I'm Tatiana. Thank you, Maya. It's amazing to have this opportunity. I'm showing up really grateful that there is energy and momentum and interest in really exploring the intersections of women and gender and systems work. So really honored to be here. And I'm coming from, I'm based in Montreal in Canada on the traditional territory of the Kanakahage people. Yeah, and it's really, really cold here still. We have so much snow. It seems endless, but it's good to be here. Mm-hmm.
It's anything but cold here in Mumbai, but I still love it because that's the kind of weather I'm used to. How about in the US, Rachel?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's crisp morning here today, but very sunny. So it feels like spring's about to happen, but it's not quite happened yet.
Wow.
We had snow last week and then 20 degrees the next, so it's really weird.
Awesome. So, I mean, I'd like to get started with when I was just, thinking of all the accomplishments that each of you individually has under your cap. It can be a long list, but I won't go there. I just want to share but a few. So I'll start with Tatiana first. So Tatiana, I was reading about how you co-founded an organization called Girls Action Foundation in 1995. And, what I found particularly fascinating was that you've actually coined a term called scaling deep. And that came from your reflection of your experience working with feminist groups and how, they had significant impact at the grassroots levels. I think you've also written a book in 2016 called Girl Positive. So where I'm getting at with all of this is, I feel it wouldn't be wrong if to say that, a lot of your work has been centered around feminist activism, intersectionality, gender empowerment, and those kind of areas. So I was very curious to know how and when did systems thinking happen?
Thank you so much. That's such a great question. So early on in the work that we did with Girls Action Foundation, I was very fortunate to be a student of two incredible thought leaders, Frances Wesley and Brenda Zimmerman, based in Canada. So I was doing my master's program at the same time as we were just moving from a grassroots initiative and beginning to to scale in response to requests that we were getting from across the country who wanted to do things, the similar initiatives that we were doing with Girls Action. And so I was studying complexity theory. These were the early days when complexity theory was kind of being integrated into organizational leadership management thinking. And so that frame really informed how we scaled our work, which was through a network model, which was very decentralized and self-organized, which was not imposing like a franchise model on how one might scale, but much more about seeding and making sure that the work that was scaling was really rooted in the context of local communities. And so it wasn't called systems thinking at that time, but as I kind of walked that work and that path, systems change started to come to the fore. And I knew from a feminist perspective, when we're doing feminist work, we are working at the root causes. We are doing systems change. It's inherent in kind of feminist practice. And so there was a point where I was grappling with like, okay, we're doing systems change. We're not calling it the same thing. And I really wanted to understand more. So when I stepped away from the organization, that was kind of my obsession. And I was very also then fortunate to join other senior leaders in Canada in an inquiry and an exploration around systems change and the edges of that work. And so that's what kind of drove me. And then I would say what I saw is this emerging field and the fact that we didn't have it all figured out. There was we didn't have systems change figured out. And so I cared very deeply about the possibility of creating learning, collective learning, peer learning, so that we could emerge a collective intelligence around systems practice. And that's when I was very fortunate to meet Rachel, who she'll share where she's coming from, but we met up and both, resonated with this passion and kind of intuition that peer learning and collective learning was really critical in the field. And then from there, we grew Systems Sanctuary. So that's how the path moved.
Fantastic. Thanks for that. And so then, turning to you, Rachel, I mean, I found it more difficult to make sense of your past and now. That was my cognitive bias probably. But then, in your previous work as co-founder of the Finance Innovation Lab, where, which is basically an accelerator committed to building the market for young entrepreneurs who are trying to shift the financial market systems. So when I think of this, the first thought that came to me is financial systems could be considered very mechanistic, even reductionist, when we think about linear systems. And so again, how did the transition happen from that to, becoming the founder of Systems Studio and then collaborating with fellow systems change women for new programs and partnership?
Yeah, so, when I think about this, I think there's no way to answer it other than to share a personal story in which I fully recognize my privilege in this story. So I just want to share that to start with, that I recognize some privilege. But, the story is really that I was working in London doing this project, the Finance Innovation Lab, and I co-led it for 8 years with 2 other women. That was really about, after the 2008 financial crisis, bringing together stakeholders at that moment to reimagine the future of the financial system. And it was really hard, and it got really big, and it was really exciting. And we would, I had no background in finance, but, we learned a lot on the job about how to do systems change work. And as a result of that, got to a point in my career where I managed to get a person of exceptional ability green card to come to the US, right? So there's the privilege. But, I was just to say that I was like going somewhere, right? And then I moved to the US. My husband got a job at Columbia doing research. And I had my second child. And he doing a postdoctoral fellowship, quite honestly, he wasn't getting paid enough to cover the rent. So I was there in Manhattan with no family and friends, no network. I didn't know anybody in America. And I had to get a job really quickly in order to actually live as a family, right? And it was just one of the most stressful, and I was exhausted, because if you've ever had a 2-year-old and a 9-month-old baby, and you have to go out and meet people and feel okay about yourself, you know, everything changed for me. And in that time, I started the System Studio, which is a project that an organization I started for the System Sanctuary. But, you know, it was incredibly humbling and hard, quite honestly. My sense of identity completely shifted. Who was I when I wasn't running this project? Who was I when I didn't know anybody? You know, and did the story of what we did before just didn't seem to matter anymore. And then I met Tatiana. I had an amazing, I was so lucky to have a mentor in Canada called Tim Drayman, who introduced me to lots of people who frankly saw that I did still have a story to tell at times where I just felt like I've got nothing here. And, you know, he introduced me to people, and I met Tatiana, who just was like, this is a gendered situation you're in here. You know, like, this is you being a woman trying to do system change work and then facing a huge life transition, which nobody had prepared. And I didn't feel there was anyone to talk to about it. And it was just a really hard patch in my life. And so one of the first things that Tatiana and I did together when we met was to create what we call the System Sisterhood, which sounds so neat, but it was people who are women who are leading systems change initiatives and are going through a life transition and are lost. And I was like, I've got so much lived experience in this. I have a lot of stories to tell. But actually what we did was we convened people, and we thought no one's going to join, a couple of people, but we were flooded, and we had sort of 4 cohorts going consecutively. And the process that we used, which we'll talk about later, was about hearing the stories of the people who were doing that work, and we transcribed everything as we met on Zoom. And what became very clear to me is that this isn't just me having a rubbishy time. There are many life transitions that women go through that mean that they face huge stumbling blocks in doing their amazing system change work. And so as we gathered sort of steam together with the System Sanctuary, which we're now running, you know, I was able to bring in the frameworks that I've been relying on in my career so far and to use, and so was Tatiana. And then, as we will talk about, we also said some of these frameworks don't fit our work. This doesn't fit our lived reality, so we changed them. And that's one of the frameworks that I'm sure we'll be sharing today.
Awesome. So, that's what I wanted to get at with my next question is, I mean, as women in systems practice, we do know that there exist certain tools and frameworks and methodologies. And then you also, with Tatiana and maybe in your previous experience, prior to the System Sanctuary, you have a lot of experience working with women. And you also just shared your own experiences of being in difficult situations as a woman. So what is it that the feminist systems thinking, I mean, what is it that feminism brings to systems thinking and vice versa? So why, in a nutshell, why did you think of feminist systems thinking? And either if you could choose to go first.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I'll kick us off. So I would, you know, it's interesting to look at this in retrospect. So Rachel and I developed this feminist systems change frame that we adapted, and it was informed by a number of years of inquiry into how are women's organizations, gender issues, how are they doing systems change? What strategies are they using? What are we learning about the intersection of gender and systems change, recognizing that when we talk about that, there are many, many, many issues that we can be looking at, from climate change to gender-based violence, to human trafficking, to women's leadership in systems work, you know, whether they're working in finance or poverty or wherever they may be. So we had a number of initiatives that were sort of inquiry and research, action research grounds for us. And a few things came clear. And one of them, as you noted, was a recognition that, for example, when we think about scaling at the time that, you know, Girls Action was scaling, we talk about scaling up as a way to influence policy, which is systems work. We talk about scaling out, which is a way to spread a good idea, a good innovation, and replicate it. And during, at a certain meeting with like systems entrepreneurs, where we were doing, we were looking into what are the pathways to scale. There was a moment where we were invited into different representations and metaphors of pathways. And I was like, I didn't feel like our work at Girls Action fit into any of those pathways. So there was a table, which was the table of, we don't fit into these pathways. And I went to it. So all the people who kind of were on the outside and didn't fit in went to that table. And it was in that moment that I really sensed that what we're doing is scaling deep. What we're doing is the deep work of change at that kind of cultural level, at values and beliefs and mindset level. And yet there wasn't a frame to speak about that. So this is when the idea of scaling deep was born. And it's something that has kind of been in the back of our minds over the years of doing work. And so a couple of years ago, we did work with 8 collaborative initiatives across Canada that were doing systems change work around access to justice, access to housing, and also access to economic security. So they were a number of initiatives.
Could you give me a minute, Tatiana?
Yes.
I think the recording has stopped. Can somebody look into that, please? Yeah. Thank you. Continue.
So, shall I just pause for a moment? Because it will probably come back on.
Yes. Sorry.
No worries at all. We can just take a deep breath together.
Yeah.
And have a little grounding moment.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So this initiative was looking at 8 collaboratives across Canada that were looking at systems change in areas of justice and violence against women, in areas of access to housing with a gender lens, and then access to economic security. They were 8 initiatives, and we worked with these initiatives for 3 years to do a strategic learning inquiry. And what we noticed is that as we talk about working at multiple levels in systems change, that all of these initiatives were working at multiple levels in the system, but they had done very strategically work that really resonated with scaling deep at the beginning, which was very much rooted in deepening relationships in community, in collaborations, and also beginning from the perspective of lived experience and first voice, centering those experiences before they moved into their system strategies. And so over time we saw, wow, this is scaling deep, and these strategies are part of systems change, but we don't see them in the frameworks that we are used to using. And so that led us to really play with some of the ways that we frame systems change, and to really bring in that lens, which is centering lived experience, and bringing a gendered and intersectional lens to the work, really, looking into what is systems change and what are practices that people are using that we're not actually seeing in the field. And that was kind of the catalyst for the feminist systems change framework that we developed recently.
Okay, great. And Rachel, would you want to chime in with your take on why feminist systems change, and also if you could just talk about what were maybe 1 or 2 key challenges when you all started off with Systems Sanctuary, given that the approach that you all have taken was pretty novel and different from what other systems practitioners were doing in general.
Well, I guess, yeah. Why were we doing it differently? I don't know. There was just, what in the field of system change practice when we were, that we've been working in, it was all about workshops and post-it notes and coming together with multi-stakeholder events where everybody's kind of, mapping out the system in great detail detail with or without the people who it's going to actually have an impact on. You know, frankly, that model excludes lots of people, right? So for a start, you know, who are you inviting? Who do you know? Are you making sure that you're bringing the right people around a table? And then secondly, like, you know, even just my own lived experience, having like multiple mini children around, it was impossible to go to these, you know, workshops. So basically it kind of excluded me from the workforce as well. And so we were like, well, what about if we just did this virtual peer learning thing, which happened way before COVID? Because it's very inclusive. It allows people to show up whatever time of day in their pajamas, you know, with whatever chaos is going in the background, sometimes with a child in tow, and, you know, and obviously this is in our context. So I don't know how it works in the context that all of you are working, but it has definitely been a really interesting experiment into like, what happens when you just literally just listen to each other's stories about the challenges that people are facing in their work and create the space to have a deepened relationship rather than kind of innovating all the time and, you know, just trying to get to the solution really quickly. If you just let the stories unfold over a period of, you know, 7 to 12 months, how do those sort of interconnected stories start to change the way that you think about strategy and change the way that you the relationships that you have, and how do those stories and those relationships shift the system around you? So that's very much how we think about the work that we're doing, and how I think it kind of is different from other ways of doing system change work.
Thank you, grateful. And I mean, I just take a moment to share that I've had the privilege of being part of the masterclass by System Sanctuary as one of in one of the previous cohorts, and I completely resonate with your way of doing things, because I mean, I just want to share with the audience that I was in a cohort with somebody who belonged to an indigenous community, someone who came from a war-torn area, and then there was me, maybe privileged in caste or something like that, from a metropolitan city, and then there's somebody from North of America, there's somebody. So there was so much diversity, but there was still those, I mean, even in the way that the program was designed, with the peer learning sessions, we could see how we are connected and where there are disconnects. And so to your earlier point of, you know, just mapping systems and having certain tools and frameworks and working without bringing your person to the work that you're doing, I found the masterclass really refreshing as to you come there as a whole person. And I do remember that because of the time zone difference, I invariably used to attend classes way past my bedtime, but then, you know, so there used to be this space where I could just say that I'm sleepy today, so please don't expect a lot of engagement. So I really loved that. So thank you for that. Moving on then, specifically about the feminist systems change framework, it'll be great if you could just, you know, show us what that framework looks like, and then elaborate a bit about that so that the audience can also see what you're talking about. Tatiana, would you like to take that?
Sure, yes, thank you. So we will share the screen and we will share a visual of this framework. And just to set up context, in our approach to systems work, and through our research, Rachel and I have developed what are systems capacities, like what are the capacities required, the practices required to do systems change work. And we were working from our framework that was implicitly integrating feminist practice. And this is also where we started to notice, okay, there is a way that we're coming to this work that is a bit different. And so let's name those assumptions, let's name those practices so that we can actually take it to the next level. And so this is the kind of iteration of our systems capacities framing, which we use in all of our training. So the masterclass that we do is designed off of supporting people to have these capacities in their work. And so our change theory is that if we work with systems leaders, people who are working to shift systems, that we can support their capacities and their practices. And then we can work with kind of leaders across an ecosystem and support support leaders in a cohort that are connected in trying to shift a system that may be in a specific region or in a certain issue. So this really informs, it's the foundation of our work. So I'll just, walk us through it. We always kind of acknowledge in the center of the framework is the foundational thinking, theoretical frames that inform our work. And so we're really rooted in intersectional feminism. And intersectional feminism is, looks and understands that we're not just talking about the differences of gender of men and women, that there are intersections and women experience the world based on kind of multiple ways in which they are, in context to the systems that they're working in. So this could be intersections of race, of indigeneity, of class, of ability, of sexual identities. And so we can't just look at women and say, okay, they have this experience and men have this experience. There are intersections that are really important. And then we also are rooted in complexity and systems thinking, which we really believe the two coming together are quite powerful because they complement each other. They offer each other a strengthening and alternatives, because there are, as the feminist movement has been doing its work, we were coming up against limits. We are experiencing being siloed in our work. Gender work is often siloed, and that's very, very challenging. And so, systems frames are really helpful, and vice versa. We see that in the systems field, there's a lack of power analysis. There's a lack of understanding kind of this intersectional framework. So they complement each other, and this is the ground. And so in the inner circle, we look at feminist practice and how we align that, and that begins with centering lived experience. So how are people who are experiencing the harms of systems, how are they actually engaged in the work of systems change, in the collaborative work that is informing strategies for systems change? And we really think that this is key and critical. And often systems work that begins in the center of the system, in the dominant system, is missing this authentic, integral grounding. Naming the metasystems is another practice which we look at, and it is really recognizing that when we're talking about systems, there are metasystems around patriarchy, around class, around white supremacy, and we need to be naming these because they're a through line across whatever system one might be working in. And then a big part of the work is around shifting the power. And so really bringing a power analysis across all the work that one might be doing in systems change. And again, this is where systems practice is often weak, where there is an emphasis on relationality, which is critical and important, but at the expense of really understanding what are the power dynamics at play. And the other one we saw patterns around was centering care and healing from a feminist perspective. And this is so important. We recognize that when we're looking at shifting violent systems of dominance, we are often working towards shifting into cultures of care. And what does that mean when we're working, whatever level that might be at? What does that look like? And so care is a key piece, and also healing, knowing that healing self is connected to healing systems. So this is kind of the feminist practice piece. And then the systems practices begin with locating yourself in the system, like understanding that we are not objective observers. We're not moving parts of machines. to be fixing them, that we are actually in relationship to the systems. And so that work of reflexivity, of reflection, of kind of becoming aware of blind spots is really critical in systems change. And then seeing the system, and this is where we love the systems tools, the maps that help us visualize in a collective way so that we can see collectively what does the system look like. So we do geek out on these systems maps and we find them useful and a lot of fun. And then the key of deepening relationships, that it is the case that systems work is about relationships, and creating the space for that is countercultural. It's not the world we live in, where fast-paced, go, high pressure, stress, it really challenges that capacity. And then working at multiple levels, recognizing that when we're doing systems work, we really need to see how we're connected to other folks in the ecosystem, and that systems change requires interventions at multiple levels, and to actually have an understanding of the dynamics between those is really important. And finally, the learning and adapting, which I think resonates a lot with feminist practice, like a recognition that we need to be learning as we go, that we have to have those iterative feedback loops that come from the field into the work that we're doing, and we're able to adapt, we're able to emerge our strategies, we're able to learn, be in a constant learning mode, which is a very different posture than kind of the traditional hero leader who understands everything. And so this is interesting. I think just to kind of close here, while to the question around, what are we seeing in the field, is that while the systems field offers these wonderful tools, it still can often look a lot like the ways in which it wants to change. And so the feminist practice brings a consciousness to that, and also a centering of access to women's kind of intuitive ways of knowing, to help and value the work as everyone is working hard and moving forward. So that's our framework, and that informs the way in which we coach and train and work with peer learning and work with training as well. So there you go. Thanks.
Beautiful. Could you just let that stay for a bit? And I was seeing the framework and you were talking about it. I just had this curiosity that have you worked with this framework with any men at all, and how has that experience been? I mean, either of you could take that question, because I do see that there is a lot of feminine energy or ability in the framework itself, inbuilt into the framework. And that's not to say, I think men can have feminine energy and vice versa. So it will be great to know how men perceive this framework. And then I have a follow-up to that as well.
Right, that's a great question. I would say, it depends on the context. I think we've been working in this way, as I said, kind of implicitly, and we work with men often. And so I think that the leaning in complexity thinking and in complexity practice, systems practice, there is a consciousness that the relational is important, right? There is this consciousness that that lived experience is important, and a consciousness of shifting power. So there is a way in which I think it's received and engaged in a positive way, our approach. And at the same time, what I find, and maybe it's not particular to like individual men, but in the field, it's challenging to really engage people in a way where this is actually happening. So we may be involved in other initiatives where we're sitting around a table and there's this assumption that relationships are important and we need to be working across difference. Yet there's kind of this unspoken lack of actual integrity in that work, and that's where it gets frustrating, because because it's almost like it's assumed that it's there, but it's actually not there. So, so I think it depends on the context. I think there's work to do. You know, we often talk about bridging feminist practice and systems change, and we're very intentional about it. That what we're really trying to influence the system to value these practices and to integrate them well, because we think that we can't do systems change without it. But that is work. It is intentional bridging and influencing, and it's not always easy, and it's not always met with, like, you know, open arms. And often that resistance isn't explicit. It's kind of just based on the nature of these actual patriarchal systems that we're in, and leaders embodying that without even knowing it. So there you go.
Yeah. Amazing. I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking is also, and then Rachel, considering that you're the finance expert here, I'm going to pose this question to you, that, you know, when there is something like this that probably men or many people, even women, cannot grapple with or do not understand completely, then would funding a program that takes this kind of an approach be a challenge? How do you see that? Because in my experience of running an organization, a systems thinking based consultancy, funding, even the conventional systems thinking approaches and frameworks, if I may call it that, is a challenge. Not everybody is willing to put their money in. So then I think you're taking it a step further with this approach. And earlier on in the day, I had this conversation with Mansi Gupta, and then, you know, we were talking about a book by Katrina Mercel, and then how she talks about how women's work is not considered by economists. And then, so I mean, I'm coming from that kind of a underpinning, that how or who will fund this kind of work, and have you all, what has been your experience? And I'm sorry if it's a loaded question. I don't mean for that to be.
No, it's not a loaded question. Yeah, we think about this all the time. I think we've always taken an approach of, you know, what we love to do most of all is find the individual who is dissatisfied with the situation, and those people has colleagues and friends around who are also dissatisfied with the same situation. And we have always, in all of our programs, for example, we ask people to fill out an application form, like, why do you actually want to do this? What we don't want is people sitting around the table who are there because their boss told them to be there. And we don't want to try and work with people who are doing it just because it's a job, right? We're really trying to, we love working with the passionate pioneers who are pushing stuff. And what we find is that's a really good funding strategy. So when you find the passionate pioneers who are really pushing stuff, and you help them think strategically about a strategy for systems change, we have lots of frameworks we can bring in, and a way of working that can take them from an idea through to a big ecosystem, which we can talk about. But, you know, it starts with just somebody being really dissatisfied or having a really good idea, and then gathering some people around it and turning it into something that's big and fundable. And sometimes there's it's starting small, and that's okay. And then it becomes a big thing. So that's always been our strategy, because, yeah, as you say, like the energy it would take, there's only two of us, right? So the energy it would take us to go trogging around all the big funders and be like, you know, it's not worth our energy. It's better to find the people who are like, right, let's do something, and then we can help.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, that kind of just strategically knowing, you know, when we think about the fact that there is a gender equity field that is, you know, running, and there is a systems field over here, and so this bridging is quite strategic, and working in a way where like we've worked in different ways. So we convene women systems leaders, like the sisterhood, which is really supporting those systems leaders to kind of move this work forward. But we also work at an ecosystem level, and so part of our strategy is to support, as Rachel said, those individuals who are working to shift something at an ecosystem level and are feminist and are working around gender issues, that we seek that out and we support that work, and then as a way to kind of spread and demonstrate, wow, look what happens when you bring the systems thinking into the gender equity field. Magic happens, really interesting stuff happens. And look what happens when we bring gender into the systems field. And so our hope is to continue to do that work and support people at that ecosystem level through the training and the peer learning, which is kind of our strategies, which we can talk about later. So that there are, and then connect those leaders so that they also have like a peer support as well, so that there's more and more of this. Like we really, as part of our work with the System Sanctuary, our hope is to spread this because we really believe in it. We really believe in the possibility of it. And ultimately, part of that is also bringing more resources and hoping for more resources at a systemic level for the gender equity field, because it's often underfunded, right? And under-resourced and devalued. And so a big part of what we're trying to do is also shift that by bringing that systems lens to the work as well.
Yes, thanks for sharing that. So, I mean, I also was going to go to the examples bit of, how this looks in practice. And then there's also the audience question, which is kind of similar. So I'll read it out for you. Are there any examples of case studies that the feminist systems change framework has been used for, and any sources or links that the audience can look up? So you might want to share a couple of examples, and Rachel, if you could begin.
Yeah, sure. So we're in the process of writing up 2 or 3 case studies right now, actually. So they will be available in the next month. But I'll share some stories. So we met with a lady in Canada called Joanna Kerr, who works for a big intermediary there. And she works in the field of climate change and nature. And her sense was, we're all pushing to try and shift this, this big systemic challenges that stand in the way of things getting better. But as women, often the solutions that have been put forward are very technical. And me and my colleagues, when I speak to the women that I know, have lots of cultural solutions that could be really powerful. And so there are multiple people that she connected with who were having that kind of conversation, and the conversation got more and more nuanced about, and there's this barrier as well, and there's this barrier. So Tatiana worked with them in the kind of early days to try and work out, like, what is it that we're dissatisfied about and how can we do something about it? And so Joanna convened together some of her colleagues who worked at foundations in Canada, and then we worked to diversify the group. And in the end, we had some amazing Indigenous leaders, people working on climate justice movements, some younger people, some older people, some people in the middle, but all women identified people who were really pushing for change and taking leadership, and created a peer learning group. And this happened during COVID. So it was particularly a lifeline for everybody as we were kind of going through the months of, oh, wow. And so it was a peer learning group for 15 people. And the process was, we use what we call the peer input process. So we start each session with a check-in. How are you showing up today? A bit like you did today, Maya. So that we're allowing people to show up fully human and hearing about, like, what's going on in the background of your world that could affect the way that you're actually going to participate in this meeting, because it's important and needs to be acknowledged. And then we stopped for a brief meditation, because we find it's really important to kind of ground people and allow them to kind of sink into a deeper level of conversation. And then we use what we call the peer input process, where somebody will share a challenge that they're facing that they think that this group will help them with, could help them with. So they're peers that are kind of working in the same field of practice, and they will share something, and we always say something that's keeping you up at night. like something that's really bugging you, that's really stressing you out. And so sometimes, very often, those things are both personal and professional, and there's an overlap between the two. And we listen to the story of that person, and then we have a few moments for questions, clarifying and probing. And then we turn the camera off and have a discussion as if that person isn't there anymore. And what happens in that moment is that people bring in their own stories and advice, frankly, from things that they've done before that have been helpful, or strategies or frameworks. They are deeply validating moments, like, me too, that happened to me as well. And we are capturing it the whole time. So we are always writing down and transcribing the calls. And then after the sessions, we have a brief sense-making moment where we kind of say, okay, what resonated? How does this link to stories that we've heard before? What stands out to you? And in that way, we do that every month for 7 months until everybody's gone. And the beauty of that is that, as I said earlier, we're kind of layering stories on top of stories. And so in the end, you're just left with this amazing mental library of stories of people who are your peers. And we are able to, treat it almost like qualitative research as well, and code the transcripts and pull out key challenges that the group are facing. And that's when we bring in powerful systems change maps, and we use mapping frameworks to map these challenges onto the frameworks to say, this group of people are facing these systemic barriers. If we were to innovate or change or do something strategically, it would make sense to do something on one of these points of intervention. So what are we going to do about it? And what's so fantastic about this is that by the end of 10 months of talking to each other and hearing each other's stories, and buddy calls in between where they get one-to-one time with each other, like, everybody just deeply cares about each other's success, and we just care about each other. And there's a vulnerability in sharing your story, right? So it's scary, and so they're sharing that vulnerable kind of story with each other. And then when we come to the bit about strategy, there's a great will and enthusiasm to do things together because they like each other, they care about each other. Those relationships have been deepened and nurtured, and amazing stuff starts to happen. Like, they call each other to speak at events, they talk about each other in their publications, they start collaborating in small experimental ways, they name check each other, they give each other opportunities, they tell each other about jobs. So small things happen because you've built a new network of people. And that's where we can bring in our frameworks around ecosystems for change. And so in the example that I gave, we got to the point of systems strategy, and then we won funding from the Canadian government wage to do 6 of these peer learning groups in parallel. So we're going to be now from one group doing 6, and all of those women who are leading systems change work, women identified people, I should say, in Canada, are going to be connected through this ecosystem. And we are going to be able to, we're really seeing it as creating a kind of invisible network of powerhouse women identified people who really care about each other and are willing to, and have stepped up and are willing to try and push for change. Yes, that's one example. That's called the kitchen cabinet.
Wonderful. So I have Christopher Coley, who's put down a fairly long question in the chat box. So Christopher, you want to unmute yourself and probably ask what you mean to ask, because otherwise I would just read, and it's kind of longish. So it'll be great if you could just directly ask what you want to. Christopher Coley.
We read it.
Sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry for the long question. And in fact, Rachel, you kind of answered that to some extent. So just very briefly, first of all, thank you. I really honor and appreciate your perspective and your willingness to share with us. I'm learning a lot. My question is in relation to our work in engaging men in gender equality, trying to encourage men to become champions of change rather than how we see them so often as obstacles to overcome on the path forward. We recognize that in our work in women's empowerment, gender equality, we kind of see men in that capacity as like, if only they would get out of the way so that we can make progress. And in fact, that comes back to us in the form of resistance, that so many men are resistant to change because we're treating them kind of as problems. And so in our strategy to try to bring in men in the process, to engage men in gender equality work, we're coming up with strategies to divert this resistance into positive change. So I was wondering if you had any perspective or lessons learned, best practices, where you've confronted similar resistance and how you've been able to overcome that or shift the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, just a thought that really quickly popped into my head is what I would do, how I would approach that problem is create the conditions to share positive stories. So, have a circle of men who are sharing stories of how does it feel when you look after your own kids? How does it feel when you're like supporting your, partner to fulfill their dream? Just the moments, the real moments of what it's like to sometimes, just those beautiful moments that you have. But in relationship with the women around you, stories of mothers, stories of children, stories of partners, I think that would be really beautiful and powerful, actually. That's just one thought I had.
Yeah, I can maybe just add, and this actually also speaks to the question above, which is, I'm going to just speak it so that we can do them at the same time. There are probably many ways to bring in a feminist lens. What advantages have you found using systems frameworks? And so I think that question connects to this. And often what we find is because we're doing grassroots work in gender equity, that we don't actually have the capacity in time, in resources, because often people are working in ways where they're very stretched, where they're overwhelmed, where they're just trying to keep the lights on, right? That a systems frame allows, for example, to bring in frameworks that look at kind of ecosystem level work. So, and how an ecosystem is working at multiple levels. So working in the deep root systems in that kind of scaling deep way, working in innovation, working in the institutional level, working at the cultural level, and you can map and see, okay, my intervention is one of multiple interventions, and how are they connected and working together, or what may be missing. And so when I hear your question, Christopher, what comes to mind for me is, in that resistance, in the space that you're seeing, how are other efforts that are in the ecosystem also working to address that kind of resistance, that force, that pattern in the system? And then how is what you're doing working with that, or complementing, or et cetera, right? Because we can't, especially when we're working at kind of at very grassroots and gender, like organizational levels, we can't do everything, right? And so being aware of what other initiatives are happening, what other acupuncture points are happening is really important. And then what also comes to mind is cultural level. So at that scaling deep question, what's the effort to work with men at the cultural level? And that can open up then a lot of different ways that might not be dealing with the direct resistance from the one individual who may be feeling, like he's being treated as a problem. But, we're dealing with, a long history of socialization and patriarchy in the culture. And so what else is happening around the culture work to really support what you're trying to do, what prevention, what upstream efforts are happening. Anyway, so those are things that come to mind. And there are really lovely tools. And this is what's really wonderful about the systems lens, is that there are really easy, fun, engaging tools that you can use to really start to make sense of those resistance, like what are the patterns of resistance, so that you can then maybe identify strategic interventions that you might not have seen before as possibilities. And that's what the systems lens offers the feminist systems, the feminist gender equity field as well.
Great. Christopher, I hope that answers. Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for sharing in detail. So in terms of key takeaways or certain principles based on which this framework has been designed, could you share, especially given that there is a component of feminist practice, and then there is systems change, and I think Tatiana, you've already touched upon it, but when you were making the framework, or if someone were to remember some principles while applying feminist systems thinking framework, what are some principles that you could quickly share?
Rachel, shall I go? Yeah. I think the principles of shifting power. So what are the tools for shifting power? And that really connects with the thinking around the scaling deep work. And so much ties into that, I think. So principles around centering lived experience, centering care, centering healing, centering the relationships at the grassroots level. That those principles are those are really the feminist grounds that I think we're working from. Other foundations or other frames that have been really important to Rachel and I that we can mention that really resonate with the feminist approach and also bring systems in are, for example, Meg Wheatley's work around communities of practice and communities of influence. So we both, Rachel and I, before we met, kind of drew on Meg Wheatley's work. And I think it's, as her approach to systems change and her theories of change really resonate with, I think, feminist approaches. And so all of our peer learning models are rooted in this notion of communities of practice that emerge into communities of influence. And that values, again, this notion of that you are, that our peers, that my experience, I am an expert in my own life, so we kind of, it offers this capacity to challenge notions of expertise, that there's one expert that has all the opinions specialized, but actually your experience is really important and valuable. And communities of practice allow people to share that experience and actually learn from each other in concrete, real life ways, and that learning is powerful and can help inform how we move forward. We also draw on Paulo Freire's work, which is adult education, popular education methods that also start with lived experience and then build from there to identify where you can build capacity and skills and then move to action. So it actually has like a social change intention. That's really important and something that informs our practice, especially around peer learning. So those are two frames, I think, that are good bases and definitely inform our practice.
Amazing. I think we've had a very intense discussion, and thank you for that. But maybe, one of the things that I remember also from our masterclass is how, like we check in the beginning, we also slow down towards the end. So if, one thing that is vivid is, and that was from the last session that I attended in the masterclass, where Rachel recited this poem. I don't remember the title, but it gave me a sense of we are in this together, and there's a feeling of interbeing. So Rachel, may I request you to recite that poem again so that all of us can connect and bring in the relational aspect, maybe for a few moments.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely, love to. So it's a poem called The Way It Is by William Stafford. And we use it at the opening of all of our programs to make a point that, you know, like we're all coming to everything we do with a whole ancestry, story, lived experience, skills, personality, and we want to honor that and acknowledge that. And so, yeah, this is the poem. So it's called The Way It Is. There's a thread that you follow. It goes among things that change, but it doesn't change. People wonder about what you're pursuing, and you have to explain about the thread. But it's hard for others to see. While you hold it, you can't get lost. Tragedies happen. People get hurt or die, and you suffer and get old. Nothing you can do can stop time's unfolding. You don't ever let go of the thread.
Amazing. I think we just need a couple of minutes for that to sink in. Great. So I also invite anyone from the audience. Okay, there's another question that's popping up, but in general, if anyone from the audience wants to unmute and talk about their feelings at the moment, any thought, how they're feeling and how, you know, yeah, just basically share what you're feeling right now. Yeah, in the meantime, Tatiana, there's a question on more information about the masterclass, so maybe we can also put that in.
We'll definitely drop that link. And I think I see a hand, Rondine has a hand.
Yeah. Could someone unmute Rondine, please?
Yes, I'm unmuted now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maya, for this wonderful conversation you're hosting, and thank you, Rachel and Tatiana, for such a nice, calm discussion, but really covering some very deep is a word we've been using a lot. Points. I just wanted to ask. Sometimes I find that it's almost very difficult to share in a setting like you've been talking, especially when they're professional people and it might be business. I don't know, it might be both business and personal aspects of life that are being shared. It really requires a lot of trust, and so I'm sure there are activities that you do to build trust, but still these are, I guess, sometimes important business people sharing sort of their personal things. So that's a little bit vulnerable sometimes, isn't it? And do you find people are really willing to do that?
Yes, yeah, great question. And absolutely it is. Yeah, so we spend a lot of time thinking about creating the conditions. We talk about, we say on the opening session, we don't want you to bring your shiny professional self, because that's not going to get us anywhere. We need to be being honest and authentic about what we're actually thinking and feeling. We also bring in an equity frame at the start of every session that we do, which helps us to, kicks us off by sharing stories about our own story and how that's given us privileges or challenges and inspires our work. And so, by beginning this whole thing by having that kind of conversation, it immediately helps people to kind of stop, positioning themselves in a certain way. It's interesting to watch how it very, very quickly changes. Actually, often people show up like that, and then by the end of the first session, and definitely by the end of the second session, everybody's just like, okay. I think COVID's helped as well, because everybody's just like, oh God, it's not that great actually. It's a bit rubbish. Tatiana, do you want to say more?
Yeah, I love this question. I think a lot of what Rachel's speaking to is the culture that we're creating for people to just show up as human, and this is also where I think systems frames support the work around gender equity, because, we talk about in feminism that the personal is political. Like, we draw the lines from the personal to the systemic. And so that resonates so beautifully with the valuing of relationship in the work that we're doing, and the need to tend to that and create space for it and deepen it, and so that's a kind of a lovely combination together. And when we talk about the personal as political, what happens in the human experience of our lives, which often, is cut off from the professional, often cut off from the performance, or what is valued in the sense of the rational, the brain, the logic is valued, which cuts us off from our humanity, our hearts, our being, our full embodiment. And so much of the work we're doing, as Rachel says, is creating the conditions for the whole being to show up. And it's cultural. I think it's very much about the culture and the intention of the space, and that then, allows us to draw those lines around the systemic, and to recognize that we're not just heady people coming together trying to build a strategic plan. And one of the things I'll note, and one of the things that was really interesting in the kitchen cabinet, so the work they were doing around women's leadership and care, is that one of the barriers in the work is that these women who are leading in very many different contexts are coming up against these very patriarchal cultures that are moving into this very rational, only very policy, only very heady, only very silver bullet-y solutions. And it's missing, it's cut off, right? And it's not working. So there's this beautiful connection that we can be making when we're thinking about what are we as humans in this interconnected web of life, right? Which is really powerful and just changes, it shifts everything. We're shifting consciousness when we do that, which supports, I think, the possibilities of what we can do together.
Yeah, reminds me of something Fritjof Capra said in his keynote address at the beginning yesterday, where he said that, in order to understand systems and understand networks, we need to be able to think in relations and think in patterns, and that's what I hear you say as well. And that's also so important, because we talk about mental models as a critical component of systems. And so I hear you say that you're challenging, or you're asking, whose mental models are we talking about? Because oftentimes the mental models of let's say people who are designing a program reflect into those frameworks or those programs. Whereas let's say if the program is being designed for a homeless or under circumstances of climate change, then we really need to be able to hear people who are facing that problem, right? And I think in that ways, the feminist systems change framework is really useful. I'm also conscious of the fact that Rachel has to leave slightly early for another engagement. So yeah, if there aren't any burning questions or comments, then we'll bring it to a close. Can you all think of any way we could close this? I just don't want to be abrupt, but Tatiana, can I rely on you to just bring this to a closure with breathing or some such activity?
Sure. I just have one last thought I'd like to add just to this piece, because it's something I've been thinking a lot about in terms of the systems change work and the mental models, right? And when systems efforts are being created from the dominant center. So from the dominant mental model that we're actually, and what gets missed. And one of the key things about, I think, decentering that is also recognizing kind of part of the mental model that is problematic in our efforts to try and fix and solve problems is that we often pathologize the experiences that are systemic. And you know, we see that in the gender equity field. We see how when we individualize problems and we pathologize people, that's really problematic. And so I think the feminist systems change challenges that, you know, not just notions of expertise, but like the humanity of the people in the interconnected web that we're in, who are experiencing the harms, and to not pathologize them, and to see the systemic nature, and to center their perspectives and possibilities. So that's another point.
That's really powerful. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, so why don't we, let's take a breath together as a closing. I would invite everyone to perhaps place your feet on the ground. Feel your feet planted. And if you're comfortable, just take a moment and close your eyes. And let's just take a few breaths, recognizing our interconnection, our presence here with each other, a web of people who care about gender, about systems, and the connection that we have now to build and connect a powerful force for change. And then as we breathe in, just notice the expansion around your heart, around your physical presence. Just feel a little releasing and expanding together. And maybe a moment to focus on your heart and just to think, as I'm reflecting on the gratitude, thank you for having us today. Thank you for your work in the world. And just pause for a moment just to think about what are you grateful for in this moment? And we can acknowledge that gratitude. Great. And we come back together. Thank you. Thank you, Maya, so much for having us. We're really grateful for being with you, and it means a lot to us to be connecting with others who are asking similar questions. And way to go, awesome conference for making a big splash in the world. So thank you. And Rachel, would you like to say anything closing?
No, I'm just grateful too. Thank you so much for having us, and yeah, keep in touch with us.
Thank you for being so authentic and patient and answering all of the questions. And on behalf of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Amachi Labs, and Systems Innovation Mumbai Hub, a very great day to both of you. And thanks for giving us this opportunity to have this conversation. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So the next keynote will start in about 14 minutes. So we can all relax, have a sip of water, stretch, and come back at 9. Thank you.
I think we have a few minutes before our next and final speaker of the day, which should be joining us in 2 minutes. Okay, so keeping the now established Amrita Swiss precision on timing, I'm very happy to welcome you at this very last but not the least part of our very rich, awesome day that we were able to share all together. And to do that, we are very honored and pleased to have Sairi Shahal, and maybe my pronunciation is not too good, to share empowerment at scale, because that's the impression that I get reading briefly on Shiro. How do you pronounce it? Shiros? How would you pronounce it? You will tell us. Actually, preparing this session, as we always do, we asked a few lines of bio, and yours was particularly short, which is a testimony probably often of a long path to get where you are today. So maybe just a few words of introduction. So Sairi Shahal is the founded Shiros and Mahila Money, an ecosystem for women, offering community, employment, entrepreneurship, and access to capital. Today, I understand, and the ambition is much bigger, I think, and you will tell us about it, over 25 million women around the world are part of Shiro's platform. You also serve on boards, and you are an angel investor, as we call it. I just wanted to say maybe 2 more words about Shiros, and I think you will develop it much further, but just to set the stage. Shiros is a women's community platform, as I said, offering support, resources, opportunities, and interactions via a platform, internet, shiros.com, and an application. Shiros Communities for Women is a safe and trusted space where members discuss health issues, careers, relationship, and share their life stories, achievements, and moments. It's really a place where women come together, from what I understand. The app also offers a dedicated Ask Shiros helpline where community members can talk to counselors on all aspects of their growth journey. So just to set the scene, and also to set the scene a little bit more, 2 more words about you, because I read up a little bit beyond the 4 lines that you sent to me, so that, in a previous life or in your previous career as an Aspen Fellow, actually you spent time working with new businesses and entrepreneurs besides teaching and writing occasionally. Newslink Services was your first startup. That was 1999. Few years ago, a first localized newspaper for mariners globally. She also founded Saita Consulting, a consulting firm working in SMB, and also some more unusual things that I read here. that you managed to do some work at some point in your career, probably you won't do that again, in translating, co-translatings of books, and not the least ones, one on the life of poet Rahim from Hindi to Russian, and assisting the Discovery Channel producing a documentary called Holy Man in India, and I will certainly check that one. Finally, I just wanted to use a quote that I found that you've been using, and I think which sets sort of the idea of the conference, which is systemic system thinking, but in a broader, maybe also a spiritual sense. And you use this famous quote actually by Robert Heinlein from his book, Time Enough for Love, in where it says, a human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, and die gallantly. Specialization is for insects. So I think this sets the tone of a true systems approach, which is holistic. And thanks again for joining us. And the floor will be yours for 20 minutes, very precisely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm deeply honored, and thank you for such a wonderful introduction, for all the background work you did there. I think I'd begin by saying that I have definitely been super lucky in how things turned out, and I think I got to do a range of things across my career, and each of them became a learning opportunity, and everything that has transpired has probably led me to this very moment in my life. I think first things first, I grew up in small town India, and when I look back, I think a lot has not changed for women in this country, and we all know we are hosting this conversation around how do we become a gender equal country? How do we become a society that thinks and acts upon it? I think there's a huge amount of consensus around that this gap exists, but historically, a lot of work around women was very it was either academic work, or it was around CSR work, or it was work that maybe organizations locally did. And what I think my own sense of experience has been, I built a company in '99, and what that gave me was the magic of technology. I think technology is a massive leveler and biggest change in all our lives, and each one of us is continuously adopting more technology with every passing year. And that was one of those things that that stayed with me a long time, that you can solve a large problem by building technology. And if we look around, I think in India, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Latin America, Africa, women-only communities have existed offline for many years. They have existed for decades. They've done very well. Self-organized women cohorts are women's way of finding themselves safety, trust, network, and access to counsel from each other. So I think these were two very diverse set of things that became central to how we started thinking about Shiro. So at least in my own entrepreneurial perspective, this mattered a lot, that, hey, there is this playbook that exists offline and it works. And the world is moving online slowly. Everybody's getting a mobile phone. Everybody's on an internet connection. Everybody's consuming data. And can we do something with that access that we are seeing? So the company I built, Shiros, and now we're building Mahila Money, which is a digital bank for women, using exactly the same playbook. That, hey, let's take the power of uh, increasing technology penetration and the offline social playbook and marry the two. So that's how we've ended up building Shiros, which is, if I was to simply explain this to you, think of it as a giant hall, where people can come in from different doors, they can come in from different channels, but they all congregate in a common space, and it's a safe space, and it's a trusted space, and it has a little sense of community that's attached to it. And once they have come in, one, they can just hang out, they can talk to each other, they can ask each other questions, or they can go to a very specific place, maybe a table or a desk which offers help. So that's exactly how we've designed the Shiros platform, that you can come in to hang out, to look for information, but you can also get very specific help. We, for example, run a helpline for women. It's a counseling helpline. It's a free service, and over 3 million women have used it without us ever having to put it out there. So every user who ends up using it goes tells somebody else. Uh, and that's exactly how we've grown to 25 million women, because there was so much of value that got generated that people told their friends. Similarly, you can ask, if you have a legal question, I want to know about my property rights, or about my voting rights as a woman, then there's free legal advice. So there's a lot of these community services we put on the table, uh, which are valuable to women we serve. Majority of women we serve are women in what we call tier 2, 3, 4 India. They live in small towns, and they're aspirational. Most of them are educated, but uh, they might not be what we call creme la creme of the society. They're not urban rich. They are probably not living in condos, but they're all aspirational women, and they want more from life, and they want to make sure they get identity, they build a network, they get access to money, and their well-being is top of their mind. So these are the things everybody's universally looking for. The other things we did was we built 3 very important pillars to support women. One is employment. So we run a fairly large employment uh, business, and that's also how we sustain this business. That's also how we monetize it. Women work for very large companies, and we've been doing this remote much before the pandemic, for about 5 years now. And women from all across the country log into a common platform, but they work for large companies like Paytm or Delivery or Zomato, and do regular office processes, but all via a common platform. And it again gives them a lot of sense of control. So we have about 10,000 women who are part of this bench of employment. The other thing we did was we created a huge platform for entrepreneurship, where you could set up a digital storefront in less than 30 seconds, as easy as making a WhatsApp group. But what that gives you is you can set up your own payment link, you can get your own catalog, you can get your own content, and all on the middle of this giant room. So there are people looking at your business. So the hardest problem a small business faces is collecting payments, building a catalog or a website, and of course, uh, finding buyers for their business. And India has almost 20 million women who are what we call micro entrepreneurs, who run a business all by themselves or employ at least 2 more people. And that business typically doesn't qualify under a bank or a government scheme, because they're really tiny. So there isn't enough to serve them. And that's the entrepreneur we support using the platform, making sure she has super easy access to tools, super easy access to payments, and of course she's able to build her footprint, so that her buyers can discover her. And lastly, we built Mahila Money, which is a neobank for women. So we're technically not a bank, but we do everything that a bank does. We offer loans, we offer card products, insurance products, savings, and the whole stack that a bank does. And by doing that, very simply put, what this whole system is doing is it is generating enough value, not only for our users, but at a very macro level. Everything we do helps increase women's contribution to the GDP via employment, entrepreneurship, and access to capital. We are about 25 million women who use the platforms that we have built today. And we think, given the pace of growth that we are witnessing and the pandemic induced adoption of technology, and of course the India payment stack, which is very robust, we think this will directly impact about 100 million women in next couple of years. So that's what we're super excited by. And as we build this, basically we kept a very few simple design principles. One is put everything through the technology check. Can we deliver everything by building more code? So as a company, we have zero offline presence. All our work is on computers. We're a distributed company. We don't even have an office actually anymore. And that keeps us very honest about being a company that's building systems and processes right. The second is, are we in the business of giving? When a woman comes to us, is she taking away something? Is she finding that value? And third is, of course, are we building enough value that over a period of 10 years or 20 years, will we help increase women's contribution to the GDP by a few points at least? And we think these are the three filters of designing our systems. And of course, the values are trust, empathy, growth, and that also helps us making sure we design our systems accordingly. For example, a lot of internet platforms use advertising as a medium, or they put out data of their users. We do none of that because it compromises the value that we built on. So I think these are just some very, very top of the mind things that we did to build this entire ecosystem. And of course, it compounds every year. Once you have built a system, it gets better. And of course, technology is improving. Like we are already thinking about things in Web3, which is, where they're tokenizing the network or building the entire identity piece on blockchain. So there are immense possibilities that we sit on, but the fundamental purpose remains the same behind everything that we do. I know I have a couple of minutes left, so I will take a pause and see if anybody has any specific questions for me.
That's much appreciated. I was hoping that you would leave some space for questions, and I already see one hand. Dr. Krishna? You're on mute.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Sairi. I think very inspiring, very impressive story. And I'd heard about your company and your organization. Just a couple of questions. One, what is the breakup in terms of the women from the rural sector and the urban sector, right, or the semi-urban sector in your network? First in the network participation, and also in the business that you are kind of marketplace that you're creating.
Yeah. So 70% of the women on our network are what we call peri-urban or tier 2, 3, 4, 5. We're still not as deeply rural, like the real rural where, the only income is agriculture or forestry. We're still not there. We hope to get there, but most of the users today come from, really small towns, basically.
Yeah. So a follow up on that question was, how do you ensure, say, quality of the products that are coming out, or how do you kind of do you provide some training, kind of hand holding or something? Because
we do a bunch of that. So I think one of the things that's happened is a lot of supply chain has gotten better. Supply chain, payments, logistics, these things have gotten immensely better in the last 4 or 5 years. So we don't directly do anything there, but we do a lot of mentoring, coaching. We in fact are running an accelerator. It's a digital accelerator for micro entrepreneurs, and putting about 1 million women through that entire program to increase their incomes and to grow the size of their businesses. But the entire community platform is built to help you earn and learn. If I was to tell you what is the most common thing that happens on the platform, it's basically everyone wants to grow their knowledge and everyone wants to grow their income. So we're very optimized to that.
Thank you. Thanks. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
And I'll take one more question, and then I'll also want to hand it over for a brief comment to Dr. Bhavani. Any other question at this point? Please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised at this point. I think
there's a question posed on the chat.
Yes, let me see it. The question is from Tanuya Prasad. What women-specific patterns have you noticed in building a finance platform for women? Very interesting question. Yeah.
So I think the biggest pattern is that women value trust a lot more, and compounding trust over a period of time. So everything we design is built for trust, and it's not built for virality, which is normally the case for internet products. Everyone wants to do things faster. So for example, a lot of fintech today says, hey, we will give you the fastest loan. You can get money in 1 hour. We do a little bit of the opposite of that. We say it'll take 2 days, but we will make sure there's enough diligence and processes that are followed. But even for women, when they come in, they want a lot of simplicity in how they are communicated to. So for example, an average financial services communication will say, borrow at an X percentage. We will say, if you're borrowing 10,000 rupees, you have to return 10,500 rupees. So it'll make it really, really simple and crisp. So building trust in many ways. So for example, our customer support is not a phone line, it's actually a video line. So you can come on video, speak to a person and talk to another human being and do it very quickly without having to hold ever. The other thing is there's a lot of again, learning on the platform around financial behaviors, around how to save better, how to save for retirement, how to not get into bad debts, how to use cards, if you're a first-time credit card users, which a lot of women are. So again, I think trust building is central to how we're designing everything. And there are a lot of these micro actions we take to make that happen.
Thank you for this answer. Dr. Bhavani?
Thank you. That was so interesting. I feel that the next thing I have to do is actually to try these platforms out and just get a sense of what's happening. I do have a question and a couple of comments. What do you do about the language? Is it predominantly English users, or do you have it available in regional languages?
It's available in regional languages. It's multilingual.
It's multilingual. And so your support also must be multilingual. No? So that's very interesting. So you are probably then employing people from just every state in the country. That is really awesome. Congratulations on that. That's very impressive. I can't wait till it gets, because we work in rural India, but we work in the boondocks where you don't even have proper roads. So I just can't wait till it gets there, and maybe we can already start piloting it with some of the women groups that are not as in the interiors. I would love to explore that. We had a conference recently where we had a lot of women entrepreneurs who came together, and one of the things that they had expressed was the fact is that when they go to a bank to ask for a loan, they always ask for a collateral, but collaterals are always in the names of the husbands. Exactly. And this is something that they always find it very difficult. Maybe we just promote your platform in all these groups, and I'm sure that they'll find that really valuable. So please send any kind of material that you would like us to share. We would be so happy to just share it among all the women groups that we know. I mean, this is something that we would be honored to support. And you definitely also have to meet Meg Jones. She's somebody, she was there on the first day. Awesome lady. You'd love to connect with her. Yeah, and it's one last comment. It's so funny that when you said, you always ask yourself the question is are you giving anything? And actually, when you reflect back on Amma's talk for this conference, the first thing that she asked is that you have to start by giving. And this is how she basically opened the entire conversation. So it was a nice tie-in over there also. Thank you so much for your wonderful work. Many blessings, and really thank you so much for your talk here also.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really honored. And absolutely, we, like you said, we're growing. We work with actually women groups all across the country. So our job is to, keep building the community, and it keeps growing. And that's exactly how we've grown, over a period of time. And to answer your question on the collateral, you'd be surprised that's very true all across. Most women don't inherit property, so they have no collateral. When we give out loans, we only say two things. You don't have to bring anybody from your family, because this is yours. And second, there's no collateral. We just need your conviction and a little bit of what you're trying to do with the money, and we are here to support you. So absolutely, it'd be an honor to sort of connect with your community and see how we can support them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's more questions actually that pop up and compliments that pop up on our chat box. But I'm looking at Dr. Tarek, and now he's been very strict the last few days. So I'll keep it in the time. Otherwise, I might have an issue afterwards. But not before thanking again everybody. The two workshops and the Fireside. Unfortunately, I could only attend one. But it was a very stimulating afternoon altogether, or evening, a very stimulating day. And I wanted just to remind some of the highlights, just to wrap up the second day before we go into our last day tomorrow, by first of all thanking Esri again on that perspective, but also, how it works, because it's nice to talk, but it's about action. And Amma always talks about, or Amma is for me the personification through Amrita, amongst others, as compassion in action. And I think I feel that same sense when I listen to you. Today, we had two amazing keynotes. The last one we just heard, but Vandana Shiva this morning was very inspirational. Of course, I've heard her before, but every time she impresses me so much. Basically telling us, explaining to the audience that the way we conceive science, the methodologies, the physics of how we see the world in certain perspectives before quantum physics is basically a justification for this duality between everything actually that surrounds us. Whereas the systemic view is built around living systems. Gaia as a holistic system. So systems perspective is the way forward if we want to make a change. So I think she was very inspirational, also very critical. I mean, saying that this field of development studies, which is an area in which I've been working for quite some years, is somehow a post-colonial, neo-colonial justification of extraction. So, I mean, that being said, and we hear that, I think the inspiration is there to move very much forwards along the lines as proposed by Awesome. So we had four workshops, Esri India, GIS Technologies for Gender and Development, Helen Sanson, that very much inspired us in terms of system thinking and how it can address global marginalization of women. The Holland perspective, the game workshop we had with Sri Ram, and then the workshop that I attended with Dipti and her team was really inspirational, even almost emotional in terms of the way they took us through looking at women empowerment through a particular lens. So that was very much appreciated. In addition, we had 5 fireside chats, Mansi Gupta and Maya Narayan on designing for women, 4 FOR capital letters, and Tatiana Fraser and Rachel Sina on the system sanctuary. 5 paper presentations also took place this afternoon, and it was quite a challenge, to keep them all within the time. And I think we did quite a good job. And it was related to the track that we have identified for this conference on environment, social, cultural, and political dimensions of women empowerment. And then these were followed by very inspiring words and discussion elements by Dr. Manisha Ramesh, Dr. Martha Miller, and Mr. Dr. Krishnan. So thank you so much for that. Papers, and that's the most important thing, touched on critical elements of the awesome framework that was presented to us by Dr. Tarek yesterday as a reminder and as a very holistic approach at looking at women empowerment. They contribute, and I think that's one of the key achievements we can already take today in terms of advancing knowledge on program strategies in natural resource management and social movements. 2, in promoting evidence-informed intervention tailored to girls' and women's needs in the environment, politics, and safety sphere. And finally, underscoring, and Esri also stressed this again, I think, through her speech, how technologies like AI, blockchain, you call them, can identify and equip agents of change and contribute to creating agency precisely. The sessions today have underscored the importance of our triple goal of this conference. And just as a reminder, these are 3. 1, deepen our understanding on the challenges and obstacles. 2, identify and share lessons and best practices. And I think we've been spoiled with that over the last 2 days in terms of increasing women empowerment. And finally, chart an actionable and intelligible path forward that all of us stakeholders can see and on the right in terms of accomplishing the SDG 5 and more broadly, the SDG Global Development Agenda. Even though the word development, I'm very careful using it as of today. So I think it was very successful, but let me also allow me to conclude with the inspiring words as you did, Dr. Bhavani, of our Chancellor, of the Chancellor of Amrita University, which again, I think captures this systems approach, the holistic approach that we're trying to promote. I'd like to read this. The universe is like a net being held at 4 corners. A small vibration is felt across the net. If we learn to give more than we take, we can create waves of change across the world. And I think this captures, in my sense, a fundamental aspect of the work of Amrita and of the work of the whole group that we're very so fortunate to have with us yesterday and today and hopefully tomorrow. That being said, I think, let me just look at the time. Tarek, you must be happy. It's precise on time.
Swiss watch.
Anything else we need to add? Yes, please, Tarek, you want to say something also of tomorrow?
I would like to thank everybody for the amazing, day and the presentation was very inspiring. The keynote, even the workshops, we got a lot of ideas and, special kudos for the whole workshop, the games one. It was really very interactive. Special kudos for everybody, but this one is a little bit, from me, just, so thank you so much. It's very amazing, very inspiring. So maybe I'll let Juice, but after Juice finish his last concluding word, can everybody just a tradition as we did yesterday, turn their cameras on so we can have everybody, then we'll have the second day group photo. And this is basically just a requirement for everybody. Juice, over to you again.
I think I've nothing to add. Just let's wait for the picture and then we can reconvene tomorrow. Same time, right? Starting at remind the Indian time, please. Yeah.
3:30 p.m. India's time, and actually it will be a great day. You have also very inspiring speakers and a lot of nice presentations, and then we have one workshop, so it should be very, very interesting one. Also, we are announcing our plans for after the conference follow-up and also our incoming events. So basically, please stay tuned and join us for tomorrow. We have lots of fun.
Okay, is the picture fine? Is everybody on camera who wishes to be?
Let's put it, we have 134 attendants and only we have less than 30 cameras on. So I think we should have more. Hi, Hadas. Good to see you.
Hi, Hadas. Too nice to see you. And Sur has his camera on this time. Nice.
You tell me when the picture is taken, and then we can conclude.
Okay, so I know somebody is taking the picture. I know usually is the one who can give us online the green light that we are done, because now we have 2 screens of shots which are nice. Right, so maybe give it 30 more seconds.
Dr. Tarek, we're running late here.
I know. Actually, I should also acknowledge Yus has been really sick the past 2 days.
No, stop it now. No.
Bad. So just let's wish him some sort of quick recovery. All right. Thank you so everybody. Thank you for attendance, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Awesome. Hope you feel better, Yus. You did a great job. Who would know?
Indeed. You did a great job.
Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you. It was beautiful.
I mean, I just...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, San and everyone.
Hi, Rose.
Thank you.
Again.
Hi, everyone. Hello. That was a pleasure to be with you.
Hello. We are so sorry we missed your presentation. Next time we really have to hear it.
Yeah, I will be on time.
Yeah. Sorry about the timeline. We were very short, but
Antonia.
I
understand.
Ciao.
Actually great.
Ciao.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tomorrow.
Thank you. And I'm sure everyone who didn't turn on their cameras is probably not listening. Everyone who's didn't turn on your cameras, all my dear students, I'm sure you're not listening because you haven't turned your cameras on.
Sometimes there are technical issues.
Okay, sometimes. I have a feeling a lot of them are not really listening. I had to wait till SPs before I actually said that.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Okay. Ciao.